Boop. Good morning, Twitch chat. How are we all doing today? Welcome everyone to the stream. Chat, we have a treasure trail that is currently going on, and I ask all of you to quickly share your resub. If we can get that to level... If we can get that to level 5, I will drop 100 gifted subs right now, right for all of you. It's 5+ week, yo. It's 5+. All right, let's see. Let's grab this. So today, chat, we have a full stacked day. We have 9 Kings, followed by a sponsored segment. We're gonna be watching a live stream for Dune. And then we've got more 9 Kings, and that's gonna be our plan for the day. Sound good, everybody? Mm-hmm. Lots of 9 Kings today. Lots and lots of 9 Kings. Let's see who we got here. Yo, Judge TV, Petro, Rare Thunder, Amini, Mr. McForever, Uncle BK, Rex Lex, Undead Feathered Snake. Thanks for getting about 5 subs. Appreciate that. Just a mechanic. Arctia, San24, Sonbro, JP. Thank you for the 5 gifts as well. Scruntian. Thank you for the sub. T Cupid Penguin, thank you so very much. Sixer, Senrox, Frankenfurter, Travi, and Kendor, thanks all for subbing. Appreciate that. All right, yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it to level 5. Let's gift out these subs. There you guys go. Here's some new friends for you all. New friends for the pandas. Anytime we see a treasure trail, I will gift out 100 subs anytime we get a treasure trail. I will gift y'all 100 subs. There y'all go. My PC. Oh, it's not that bad, man. It's not that bad. Don't lie. Don't lie. All right, let's put that here, and then we need to move this to this, and then we move you to here, perfect. All right, so we have about an hour chat, we have like an hour to kill before our sponsored segment to watch a special little stream. So we're gonna do some 9 Kings. Ingo, thanks for getting 5 subs. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you so very much. Appreciate that. So let's get some 9 Kings going. Let's get some 9 Kings going. All right. So we were currently working on the King of Nothing. We've beaten Peasant, Squire, Knight, Lord. Now we need to do Baron. We've technically already done Duke, so we got 2 more difficulties to go through before we get back into Prince and King, so... Let's get into it, chat. Let's get into it. Are we gonna have more drop duchy? Definitely. I see no reason why we can't have drop duchy. All right, what do we got here? Get some paladins. And some soldiers. I'll put the blacksmith here. Now, who am I enemies with right now? Oh, God. There's Carnage. I don't really like King of Blood too much. I mean, I don't want to really do Mangler. We can go Bomber, maybe? Let's grab some Bombers. All right. Flamethrower, trebuchet, walls. I'll grab some walls. There we go. Alright, maybe whatever's left over will go through there. There's cemetery. Which isn't bad. I'm gonna take vampirism. Give it to our paladins. Maybe they can keep themselves alive. Nice. Yo, Pico! Thank you. Appreciate that. Bomber is good if you get devil. Really? Is bomber good? Like, how's bomber any better with devil? And yeah, cauldron's not too bad now. I'm gonna take the... I like gambling, dude. I really want a forest. Like, that's what I'm shooting for here. I really want a forest. And then we'll level up the castle. Alright, see what kind of blessing we got. We got double the HP. Hopefully it's right. Oh, okay. Well, double HP there does basically nothing. We'll give these boys a steel coat, and then we'll level up our bombers. How much damage do the bombers do? I mean, they do respectable damage, actually. Let's grab some archers. Level up our castle again. Yes, King of Nature, please. Give me a forest. Maybe put the wall here, but let me do that. Give you boys another steel coat. Wait, hold on. Does giving a steel coat to the bombers make them explode again? Or do they just still instantly die? Genuine question here, if anybody knows. I don't know if steel coat makes them immune to their own explosion. Does not work? That's sad. Okay, I really want to get a forest. I really want to get a forest. Okay. We'll grab beacon then. Wow, the archers are so bad. Like, legitimately, they are fucking terrible. Probably shouldn't take gambling. Gambling was probably a bad idea. Yeah. The gambling was a terrible idea. Let that be a lesson, chat. Never go gambling. Oh, God. And the archers are just so bad. Like, archers legitimately some of the worst. Maybe if we level up the paladins, they'll get a little bit better. Nice. Get it, dude. Peacetime. Yeah, this is a pretty terrible build. Never take gambling, chat, just in case you were curious. Never take gambling. Yo, Sir Friends! Thanks for the 1,000 bits. So always gamba? Yes. You got it. You nailed it. I mean, honestly, if we can make it to year 33, that's really all we need. Just make it to year 33, and I'll be happy. Go get him. My archers did 56 damage that last round. 56! How's that even possible? The bombers are actually doing a really good job. Like, the bombers are actually insane. Oh, finally, a forest. Hold. Hold, brothers. Let the wall hold. Hold. Mr. Eyeball, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. I wonder what boars and ballistas would do. Yep, goodbye. Let's make peace with King of Stone. God. This is so trash. But hey, at least the paladins are getting, you know, 2% extra health.
So always Gamba?
Yes, always Gamba. Hey, there's the TTS from a while ago. Like, how do you only do... Oh my god, y'all's damage is terrible. Y'all do 2 damage. How? Sacrifice all troops adjacent to the target. Target plot gains the number of units sacrificed. Can I even use that? You know, I want to see something real stupid. So it says... Wait, did it not buy it? Okay, never mind. Guess I didn't buy it. Yo, HP stacking is coming on in. HP stacked paladins. We really got to get rid of these fucking archers, man. These archers are so terrible. I bet these elves actually, these level 1 elves with like no buffs are probably gonna out DPS. They did. They out DPS the other. Okay. Archers are beating up. Oh my god. Let's take 3 random plots. Hope for the fucking best, I guess. More HP. More vampirism. We don't need goat. I'll take more imps. I guess more boars. There it is. HP stacked paladins is going real well. God, their archers are made out of paper mache, like ours are. Like, look at these archers! They do 100 damage! How do you do 100 damage? Fucking how? I mean, I made it to year 33, and that's really all I needed, so I'll take it. A W is a W. Well, actually, it might not be a W. This might be a loss. I take it back. This might be an L. Come on, archers. I believe in you. Yeah, archers are doing actual damage. Good job. Your kingdom has thrived. Would you like to continue? Fuck no. King unlocked. You can now play as the king of wait, what? I already have the... Sir, okay, but what?
Happy birthday to me, Bahroo. I am now 1 year older and got my next unwanted uninstallable age-related free patch. My back hurts even more now. Old.
Bad back. Rough. Rough, man. All right. Time for the count. All right, so what have we learned? Archers are irredeemably bad. Paladins are good. I'm okay with paladins. Thieves are pretty good. I'll take a thief. Yeah, thieves are decent. Concabulator? I'll take Concabulator. Grab another paladin. And now that's already level 3 paladins. Which is quite a bit. There's Beacon. I'm okay with Beacon. Definitely increase the movement speed of all my units. Movement speed is king when it comes to paladins. Take an overhaul. I'm just gonna put an archer down and overhaul it. Ooh, farm. Nice. Baby boom. Oh, yo, that's a great spot for it. All right, time to farm up some paladins. Another Concabulator. We'll level that up, and then we'll overhaul the archers next round. Beautiful. Uh-oh. Archers, you failed me. Over to the beacon. And we'll wage war against King of Nature. Alright, let's overhaul the archers, which levels up the farm. Uh-oh. Defenders are being dicks. I need the expansion here so that way I can start health stacking. Nope, that's game. GG, boys! Damn. Beacon's not a really good thing to get this early. Have you heard that we're getting buildings in Mechabellum Season 4? We're getting buildings in Season 4? That sounds awesome. Oh god. Not the archers. Give me a real unit. Not archers. I beg you. Fuck. Well, I mean, it'll do something. Stop giving me archers. Let's take soldiers. I'll take poison thorns. That seems pretty decent. Because that'll actually really hurt the fast attacking units like that. Give that a roll. Alright. Concabulator it is. This might be a dispenser run. Dispenser runs don't do all that well late game because there just becomes so many enemies. Double the HP of a target. Well, I'm not building there, so. I'm just gonna have, I guess, just the infinite soldier army. Okay. I'll take the castle. Let's give them a steel coat. That way they take an additional hit. Mage war against King of Blood? I'll take King of Blood. I don't know what I'm doing here. At least the dispenser keeps getting like a little bit better. What we need is more soldiers. Like the actual card soldiers. Reinforce. There we go. Now we have 40 soldiers. It's doing something. I tell you, it's definitely doing something. What? I don't know, but it's doing something. Take wild card. Level up Conk. Poison effect is now applied twice. Not sure if that's actually good or not. It seems to be doing good. If we could get a cauldron, that would actually be amazing. I'm gonna grab a cemetery here. Guess we'll take thieves. Peacetime. Yeah, that Venom and Poison Thorns is doing real well. Every time they hit something, they just take damage. Go get him. Let's level up the cemetery. Yeah, that's working really well. Surprisingly. I already have maxed out thieves. Ay, yay. Alright. Shit archers, go. Yeah, I like this Venom build. It's good. You know what? Let's grab another Poison Thorns. There we go. My whole build is just the enemies running into a blender. I like it. We'll grab another cemetery. I'll make peace with greed because I really don't need that. It's not doing a whole lot for me. Yeah, it'd be nice to see how much damage like poison is doing in comparison to everything else. But all we can see is their actual damage stat. I'll take a demon altar. It's not the worst. What level are these? Level 2. Alright, we'll grab a executioner. And then y'all are that, so we'll grab a warrior too. Nice. Let's reinforce. They can't get through this many units. Let's give them another steel coat. Many soldiers, brother. I don't really need vampirism. Take another demon altar. There we go. Now the demons have 136 HP. Another reinforcement. More units. I'll take another carnage. I got nothing here. Destroy the plot automatically and trigger a royal decree. Sure. And procreate. Double the HP of all my units. I mean, that's a lot of health. 35 HP for 149 soldiers. That's a lot of health that you just add into the board. You know? Yeah. That's a lot of hef. I'll procreate those, and then I'll leave the thieves. Yeah, true. It also scales the carnage. It makes carnage do more damage. Oh, dude, that was immediately noticeable. That's so much HP. Can I get another? No. All right. Time for the king. Champion of progress. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. How much time do we have? We have about 5 minutes. We'll call it there. Not too bad, dude. Yeah, I gotta say, I like the, like, just farm stacking the soldiers is actually really good. And then making it so whenever they die, they just poison everything around them. Like, that's really, really good. Expansionist. Take another plot. Just 3 extra plots is really nice, because then I can put my castle in bumfuck nowhere. Max level of a king is 9. Oh, is it? Gotcha. That seems pretty good. There's also the 10% HP. Like, that's not that bad, actually. What's happening in 5? We have a Dune watch party. So let me go ahead and get that set up. All right, chat, we have a sponsored segment. We're going to be checking out Dune. Let me get that going. And this is for a game that we're going to be playing once it comes out on, I believe, June 10th. I think that's when Dune comes out. I could be wrong. I think it's June 10th. June 10th full release, June 5th early access. Oh, early access? Okay. So June 5th then. Gotcha. Wow, that's not that far away. Why is the panel not working? Panel. There we go. Panel works. Did you see the game The King is Watching? It seems like a game that's up your alley. Yes, I actually played the demo for it. Super fun. Love it. I'm gonna be playing it again. Would you rather play They Are Billions campaign on 3200% of Torchless Blood Moon Darkest Dungeon until you beat it? What? Oh, you mean They Are Billions or Darkest Dungeon? Both. I would do both. I would do both, dude. Both, man. All right, I'll put myself in the Dune Awakening. All right, so the main purpose of this live stream right now, main purpose of this live stream is it's going to be going over the mid to late game content, which I'm actually kind of excited for, because y'all remember when Once Human like came out and it was like really good, and then we got to mid to end game and it just kind of fell apart? It's because there was no mid to end game, right? I'm actually really excited for this because I want to feel like I can invest something, and as soon as I hit the end of the game, I don't go, oh, cool. All right, let's do it. I'm here. We have MMOs in this channel. If the MMO is fun and has like good end game, yeah. Like, I definitely see myself no-lifing this on June 5th. It's all gonna come down, like, it really does come down to the mid to end game more than anything else. It really comes down to that, because if you have nothing to do, like, if you have nothing else to do, then people just leave your game.
Few survive this world, but those who do awaken.
All right, let's see what they got.
The desert wants you dead, off-worlder. If the sands don't take you, the storms will swallow you whole. But you don't have to walk this path alone.
Co-op.
Every danger,
We will have a Panda Guild once this game comes out.
opportunity.
Are there any fans of Dune in chat, by the way? Because I do want to create like a Panda Guild. Try and control as much of the desert as we can. Carve out our humble little path.
Desert power. Some claim to rule this planet. But Arrakis is yours to explore. To fight for. To conquer. But there are forces beyond even your control.
Worm.
Master Arrakis. And it will open your mind. This is your path to awakening.
Spice.
Hello everybody to
Hello.
our, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, last developer live stream before our head start and the full launch of Dune Awakening.
I'm excited.
Natasha Rösli. I have the honor to be your host for today. And I think I'm not the only one when I say I'm so excited for you to experience what our teams have been working on for the past years.
I'm excited too.
So, some of you have gotten a taste of
This person
what
never
the
talked on
game
a camera
feels
before?
and
They
looks
have.
like
If you'll notice, they're
during the
talking
beta
normally.
weekend.
You're just
but
an
today
asshole.
we go beyond the beta and show you a glimpse of mid and end game of Dune Awakening. We have first a little segment where we talk beta and combat. We then have live gameplay of Haga Basin and also social hubs. We go into live gameplay of the Deep Desert. And as always,
I'm
we
excited
have
for
a
the Deep
Q&A
Desert.
in the end, where we'll be connecting questions from you, from chat, live during the stream. But before we dive into all of that, let's watch a brand new video.
Combat in Dune Awakening is the fusion of melee, shields, ranged, abilities, and vehicles. As
Nice.
you progress, your tactical options expand, allowing you to express
Tactical
yourself through
options
different
expand
styles of
until
play.
eventually blow it all up.
In the beginning, combat is a short, brutal affair. Do everything you can to knock your opponents off balance and open them up for a retaliating strike. Keep an eye on your stamina, or find yourself in trouble. Early abilities change the paradigm. Use the voice to force your enemies to come to you.
Nice.
Shigawire Claw to stagger an enemy. Knee charge into melee range. Ranged weapons like the Mauler pistol allow you to maintain distance and take down enemies from afar until a shielded enemy enters the fray. Boltzmann shields change the nature of combat. Their kinetic barrier can only be pierced by slow-moving objects. Fast on defense, slow on attack. Swords, daggers, kinjals, and rapiers are effective for dealing with shielded enemies, but without a shield of your own, you will quickly be overwhelmed by enemy fire. But the shields also have a weakness beyond the slow blade. Ranged attacks cannot be fired from inside an active shield, creating a window of opportunity for the others to exploit. Specialized range weapons can counteract shields. The drill shot rifle fires drilling darts that will attach to a shield and slowly pass through.
Oh, that's cool.
The disruptor fires statically charged darts at variable speeds to overwhelm the power supply of the shield. Abilities can turn the tide of any battle. Swordmasters use their deflection ability to close the distance and bring their crippling strikes to bear on their enemies. Troopers use their techniques to take to the air and bring death from above. Bene Gesserit stop enemies in their tracks with the power of the voice, or use
This
their
looks sick,
Bindu
dude.
dash to quickly close the gap. Mentats control.
I'm gonna be
the
honest, they've like
battlefield with
really
their
improved
sentinel.
the gunplay.
Use the
When they
hunter
first showed
seeker
this
for
off
a
like 6
silent
months
takedown.
ago, it looked a lot more scuffed.
Abilities, ranged weapons.
They've really improved it
Shields
over
and
6
melee
months.
work in concert to allow mastery. But beyond mastery lies the spice. Consume it to awaken. Transcend human limits with new abilities and prescience, seeing what others cannot, the narrow path to victory. Combine these techniques freely to experience.
Oh my god, you can run
sandbox
so fast. I
combat.
want that ability.
Create unique strategies and bring them to bear against your foes. Always remember, Arrakis takes the weak.
The gunplay is still okay. I mean, that's fine. Like, it doesn't have to be like Apex level gunplay, you know? It's perfectly fine as it is. It's an MMO, you gotta remember that. Yakuban, thanks for the tier 3 sub, dude. Appreciate that.
Straight into our first segment, showing you mid-game in the Haga Basin towards end-game as well. But first, let's of course introduce our guests for today.
Is this PvE or PvP focused?
Here
I think
on
it's
this
both.
side, we did let him out of the doghouse. We have Joel Bylos, aka Chris Knife,
Joel!
our creative director. Joel, do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Hi everybody.
Everybody post
My name
Joel.
is, I have to admit it, Joel Bylos this time.
Spring
So,
hair, thanks for the
This is
prime.
the
Appreciate
last
that.
live stream. I'm going to admit that my name is Joel.
Love it.
It's fine. And yep, looking forward to talking about everything we're going to talk about today.
Yeah.
Yes, and on this side we have Scott Jr., our executive producer on the game, new face.
Yeah. Finally let me out. You know, now
Yes.
the game is done.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's good to see you both, and good to talk about Dune finally.
Very excited. So, Scott, let us do a little bit of a throwback to beta.
Sure.
Players, as mentioned, have had, let's say, not a small taste, but a
How much
taste
have I
of
missed?
the game,
Not
the
much. We just
survival
got
aspect
started.
of the game. Maybe we can have
only
an
missed like 10
infographic
minutes.
where we actually see what the players in the beta were able to experience. Here we have a little infographic. What was the most valuable takeaway from this beta?
I think getting the game in so many people's hands so they can understand what we made. When we started working on Dune, we wanted to make more than just a normal survival game. We wanted to make a very Dune game, first and foremost. And so that's not obvious, right, what we were doing, because we were taking a lot of risks trying to do some new takes on things to make them more Dune than survival. So we have a lot of people finally being able to play the game and understand, you know, what we're trying to do. So that was great. And then seeing
Thank you,
the
Chaos.
feedback and the reactions and all the social media posts, all the YouTube videos, it's been fantastic seeing all the feedback. My personal takeaways is that we had a couple technical issues that we were able to sort out.
I mean,
and
some of
get
y'all are
fixed
going to say
completely.
hard pass, but I'm going to
Some
need
issues
some
with,
pandas. I'm going to need an army of
some
pandas,
crashes and
chat.
freezes that we've already fixed.
So we're gonna have to
I'm
recruit
really
some of
excited
y'all.
to get the game out next week so everybody can see what we've changed.
At the very least,
Anything you
resource
want to add?
gatherers.
No, I mean, for me, it's just a lot of fun to watch people finally playing. Like, someone asked me on Discord, like,
How am I going to
year
waddle
ago,
to war
like,
without war?
tell us about the game. They wanted me to describe the game. They weren't in the beta, and I was like, well, it's very hard to describe because it's something unique. Yes, it has some familiar survival stuff.
Probably
but we've
Legend.
laid it all underneath the Dune IP, and it's
That
really
doesn't
hard
mean
to
that I
describe how
can't.
all of those things come together to create something that I feel is kind of unique and interesting, right?
Chronix, thanks for subbing.
And so, yeah, I think it was fun for people to really get their hands on it. I mean, we've been talking with the closed beta players for a while, but seeing people in the world having it, streaming it, you know, putting up YouTube videos, talking about what they were experiencing, I think, you know, importantly, people finding out whether they like or dislike the game as well, because I really like people to be able to make an informed choice about what they're buying as well. So, yeah.
100%. I think one thing I can add to this as well is, like, for me, having a little bit more of a bird's eye view of how the developers and the teams were reacting to this, because me too, we have been so close to the game for such a long time, you can't really judge it anymore, like, from a normal, like, gamer perspective. And then seeing all those amazing kind of, obviously there was feedback as well that we kind of needed to address and things. More on that in a second.
Yeah.
But it was just so fun to see how everyone kind of was like, no, we have something here. Like, people are enjoying it and they're getting it and they're like having fun playing the game. And that was really great to see from that perspective. As
I'll never
well.
play
Like,
another MMO. WoW
And
burned
the
me out for a
moments, like,
lifetime.
people almost
That's what
getting
you think
fan
until you
war,
find the
like,
right one.
Those are very tense moments that happen in the game, and
Yeah.
just seeing the reactions for people has been fantastic.
Exactly.
Yeah, there was one thing I really enjoyed was also like watching people coming in. I don't want to say skeptics, but they kind of, as they hit the beats of the game, as they progress through the game. In the beginning, they're like, okay, this is this and this is this, and they kind of. And then
Where are
like,
they getting
they're
the
like,
wood to build with?
Wait, you can combine the suspensor belt and the sugar wire claw, and you can. Oh wait, you can do these things. Oh cool, I got and suddenly the game like it's opening up more and more, and they're really starting to understand the philosophy of how we approach the development with the sandbox, right? So I don't know. As I saw people experiment, I was just like, oh god, they're seeing it and doing it. It's
They
great.
get it. They have
get
those
it.
light bulb moments that we were
Yes.
hoping for, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
and they just were growing more positive as they played more, right? And that to me is huge. It's really important.
Yeah. And it's, as I mentioned, that are the things that are really great to see from kind of an outside perspective as well.
And it was good. Just the first slide was showing this, right? It's just the first 20 hours, so it's just a taste.
It's a sad
of the game,
day,
right?
Jet.
It's
There's
just
no
the very
loggers.
beginning of Act 1. We have so much more to show, and
Which
the best
is
parts are here to
the
come.
rest,
can
quite a
talk
bit,
about it.
like a little bit of the stream as well. But going back to the beta weekend, there were of course some things that weren't that great, that didn't go as planned. One of those moments was of course the PvP moment in the broadcast, and when it comes to melee combat specifically. But we have actually worked on this and addressed it. Scott, maybe you can give a bit of context.
Yeah, so
to that.
we were aware of this issue. We've been in closed beta for a year and a half almost now, right? The new combat came in August of last year.
Yep.
And we've been making tweaks based on feedback and playtests that we've been doing. So going into the beta, we knew that there was that issue around stamina and what would happen if it ran out. And we'd already been working on it for over a month to try to fix it. So we patched out a change to it. Do you want to go over the details of that?
I mean, the high level changes it's something like this now, right? So heavy and slow blade have been separated as attacks. So a heavy staggers people now, and then a slow blade finishes them off, or goes into the slow blade attack. So you actually, now holding the button, you'll actually do a heavy attack. All attacks have now got proper stamina costs attached to them. And then in addition, if you're in a place where you're getting into the stunlock situation, you get an ability which is called Second Wind.
I still feel like melee is going to be one of those things that like you do early on, and then as you progress, you never touch melee ever again, because why would you when you have a gun?
Balance around the way attacks work. I think it's all working pretty well. Scott and I did a fair bit of PvP.
This is giving Warframe dev stream vibe. I mean, that's a good thing, you know?
Yeah, one, yeah.
One, and Joel won day 2, maybe?
I think you won day 1, but that was because on the second day I slotted the Bene Gesserit technique, the Mentat technique, which allowed me to avoid his voice power. And then he wasn't able to get me anymore. So then it was fun. Like it's fun to see.
In Warframe, guns or melee's better than guns.
Right?
Well, that's also because you move it like 500.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're
500 miles an hour.
We're on the closed beta. We're getting feedback from people and testing. But one thing is important to stress, right? It's a live game, and we're going to continue to patch and update. So we'll be paying a lot of attention to what happens as the game goes live and as people are playing. And we're here to make the game better. That's our job. So
yeah, absolutely. That's beautifully said. Thank you. But enough just a dry talk. Let's jump into some gameplay. So we actually have an example of group gameplay. I'm like, that word is just not as many.
I thought you were going to, when you said dry examples, I thought you were going to break out the wine. But let's.
Maybe I should. Maybe I would go better with alcohol. But yes, so we have some group gameplay, mid game actually.
Yeah, mid-ish game.
We can probably just comment on it as
Sure.
well, what we're seeing and how it's different from what people have seen in the beta specifically.
Sure, you want.
Sure, yeah, I can go. So if you played to the Vermilius Gap, the journey is still very isolated to yourself, right, and your sand bike, and you have a small base. As you're moving into the next areas, like the Hugget, or this is the Rift, right, you unlock the buggy, and the great thing about the buggy is it allows you to start mining from your vehicle, and the resource requirement as you go further and further into the game is more intense. But the buggy and other systems like that allow you to increase your harvest rate also.
Yep.
And this is a fantastic part, right? Just moving around, going to the different resources, either switching yourself to the turret, or if you have a friend, having the friend man the mining laser, right? And then being able to harvest resources.
Yeah, the buggy's a multi-seat vehicle, right? So when you get to the mid-game, it's good to start crafting that, right? And then you can get out
I'm
there
going
and
to
you
need
can
a
harvest. It has
dedicated
huge
driver, because
inventory
we know
space
I
as well,
can't drive for
compared to, like,
shit.
the sand bike or what the players can carry. Our philosophy of design with the game, like I've seen people talking asking for more inventory space on their character. But our philosophy of design for the game was that
Don't
you
let the
build
panda
vehicles
drive.
and they become your inventory space. You can see how big this is and how much volume it can hold. So the buggy really is like your mining vehicle of choice as you get into the mid-game. And if you're playing with friends, someone's on the turret, someone's in the driver's seat. You can have a friend in the passenger seat as well. You can bring multiple people, but you can also just like do this alone, jump between seats. In the interaction menu, you just select, I want to drive now, I want to sit in the turret seat in mine. But I want to talk a little bit about this location because we're in this place called the Haga Rift. And as you
Chip,
can
I
see,
haven't
it's
had
this
issues
dark,
with aiming in a
gloomy-
long time.
It's basically a geological
Don't roast me for that,
ditch.
man. My aim's gotten a lot
and Herbert
better.
talked about this in the book. He talked about the folk of Pan and Graben. And this Graben are these big ditches, these big chasms that you have on Dune, on Arrakis. And in here, it's like the sunlight doesn't
I'll prove
really
you all
penetrate
wrong.
to the bottom. And down here,
The
there's been
panda
this
has good aim.
ongoing war of attrition between the Atreides and the Harkonnen over this shipwreck, which is central to this area. And then as you come up out of the Haga Rift, you come back into these other areas of the map, and it's like it's a different style and tone to the desert. And I know people have been concerned, or at least been worried that like everything's one biome, but as you go down into the Rift, you feel it's a very different place. And shout out to our world director Jeff. Like one of his big key points about the world was making sure that we had a lot of verticality, and I think Haga Rift is like an absolutely perfect example of how you can just keep going down and down through these galleries, and there's bases built up through the entire side of it. It's just this really fun place to be.
It's like,
Underground
make it
base,
deeper,
it's
make it
time,
deeper.
chat.
Exactly.
I remember he mentioned
And,
that.
and this is where all the lights come into play. So headlights on vehicles, personal lights on players come in. At this point, this is where you start bringing things, and yeah, it's fun.
And it's so huge because then you fly in with an ornithopter too. It's
Yes.
like wide, and yeah, it's really fun to explore that way too.
The music and the setting and the
Yeah.
atmosphere when you're down.
Y'all are
You've been
passing up
in the harsh
nodes.
desert and the Vermeos Gap with like the bright lights.
I'm
on you
disappointed.
the entire time.
There's so much
going,
ore
like from shadow
being
to shadow
wasted.
To preserve water. When you get down there, like the music team's done a very good job of just setting the atmosphere. It feels almost cool.
Is
when
that
you're,
it?
when you're down there.
That's our base in the distance there too.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
where we're heading. So you can see the
Yes.
wreckage of like the wall. You can see that's a deserter base. Like because of the war of attrition that's been happening here, some of the Atreides and Harkonnen have deserted, and they've set up little camps around here, and they create like they're obviously hazardous. But now we're coming to a base that we created for this, and this is the Atreides base building set.
Yeah.
And this kind of, I think this is a
Awoo.
woo. This is
Awoo.
this is a great example of what you can do outside of the square blocks that everybody was seeing in beta because they only had access to the first couple of sets.
Yeah, and what's important as you get into the mid game, you start building up your infrastructure, and that's just as important as your equipment or your vehicles. So even if you lose a vehicle, right, like you make your buggy and you get unlucky enough to get eaten by a sandworm, like the infrastructure will allow you to get back on your feet.
Hey, good morning,
way
Bunny.
quicker than that first.
Can we
wave.
can we can we stop for a second and show a pro tip here? I
Yeah.
really want to pro tip something. So, can someone
Absolutely.
go and use a chest?
Yes. Oh, you want to mention my favorite thing?
So if you go to the wait, is that a chest? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Go to. So if you're in a chest in the game and you have a vehicle anywhere on your land claim, you can go to the top of the inventory on the left there where it says backpack.
Other
Where it
left.
says backpack on the left-hand side, whoever's driving, up there,
up
yep,
there,
and
yeah.
click the
Yes.
drop down, and you can select the vehicle
Oh,
storage.
thank
This is
God.
a massive quality of life for getting things in and out of your vehicles.
Oh
Because we
my
see it,
God,
we know it's a little
yes.
bit
I
hidden.
can
It's
just
not
pull
the easiest
directly
thing to
from
find,
the buggy.
but
I don't
once you
have
know
to
about
pull
this,
it out of the
ups your
buggy
quality
and
of
then
life in the game
shuffle
immensely
it to a
because you can
chest.
just drive in with a buggy full of stuff, go into your base, click any chest, click on the storage drop down, and start taking things
My
out
God,
of the back
that's
of that,
so much
that
better.
vehicle.
It's something that the beta tester suggested, isn't it? Like directly.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was something
Yep.
people were asking for during the closed beta, and we
Exactly.
implemented it. Yeah.
Another thing
That
I
right
mentioned
there
before, which
shows
is
that
such
they
a
actually
small
play
quality
their
of
own
life
game.
thing, but we have
know?
that too. Is you don't have
Stuff
to
like
empty
that
your
shows that
chest
they
before you
actually
can move
play
them.
their own game
exactly.
and care.
This
Yeah.
is like that's
Yes.
just a complete mind-blowing quality of life jam to me. That's like so nice.
Yeah. So the game works in these phases of like, in the beginning, you need a sand bike to get off walking around, right? Then you move to the phase where you want a buggy to help you to harvest and gather resources. And then you move to the phase where you want to start building your first ornithopter. And so we have an example of this here. And the vehicle building in the game is very cooperative, right? You can see that these different, we're now adding permissions to allow people to help us to work on this ornithopter. So this, these guys are all in a group. And so people can cooperatively build. And of course, I think this is the medium, the assault ornithopter, as we call it. So it's the medium tier. But the largest ornithopter, the transport ornithopter, also requires, a lot of parts and a lot of people. So it's kind of part of the way we designed this was to make sure that we had this collaborative building system in the game, both for buildings and for vehicles.
This is my favorite part of the game, just the building the vehicles actually physically in the world, right? Putting the pieces there, working with your friends to make all the parts of them, and then like mixing and matching the different modules to make the vehicle, fit the role that you want to use the vehicle with for that moment.
Yeah, and vehicles come with different module sets, right? So you can put inventories on some. You can, like we talked about the buggy. You can actually have a rocket turret on top of the buggy, which I think you saw in the combat trailer earlier. Yeah. You saw the buggy firing rockets. So you can have different types of things on the different vehicles, and we'll continue to expand that post-launch as well, making the vehicles more and more useful with utility. Yeah, it's fun, right? And then I guess the other side of this is that we can start talking about variants and swatches, which is our customization system.
He's actually going to change in a second. We'll actually see that. So there we go.
Yeah.
So
cool.
This
Atreides ornithopter.
These guys are aligned with the Atreides.
Boo.
So here we just switched out the Atreides. And a variant, just to put the distinction in place, a swatch allows you to change the color sets, but a variant allows you to change the physical visual.
The actual
so this
model,
this is the shape of the Atreides. It's got the hawk-like lines. It's got the sharp angles. And the Harkonnen have more of an insectile kind of feel to them.
Yeah.
And so this is and you earn these variants in this case by leveling up in the factions, which is a part of the mid game. We aren't really showing a ton of that today, but as you join a faction, go through their quest lines, you earn access to these kind of variants and things like that, and then you're able to use the Atreides colors and swatches and variants.
Yeah, both on vehicles and your armor, right? So
Yes.
Looking at the wings is kind of
you can
trippy.
represent with your Harkonnen clothes, running in the deep desert, perhaps.
And that's it's important to note that like a lot of our philosophy around this was as well, like you create, so let's say you create a tier 4, like a mid-tier armor set, and it's like a scout armor.
This is first-person RimWorld with Borderlands-like vehicles.
Like any other
I don't know how the fuck you got that far in when
armor
it's not
or
first person. This isn't RimWorld and has nothing to do with Borderlands.
PvP what they're fighting.
That is
But you can change
impressive.
it into any other visual of a scout armor, and it's the same with social clothing. It's the same with,
you know what? Fuck it. Throw
obviously combat
Tetris in
armor,
there
and it's
too.
the same with still suits, which I mentioned, which are kind of our 4 major armor types.
God, do
Obviously
not,
mentioned-
chat.
sorry.
Do not
So
let
social
me
medium,
fly
social
anything.
scout,
I will
combat
crash
and,
it.
Still suits.
Still suits. Yeah.
Yeah. And what they're showing right now is the Vulture mode and the Ornithopter.
Do not let me
Ornithopters are
fly.
great, right? Because you have your helicopter mode where you can move in
We
all
will
directions.
lose
You can switch
many
to Vulture mode,
vehicles.
and then it's more of like a glider where you're going up and down to gain speed.
Yep.
It's basically a airplane mode and a helicopter mode, so to speak.
Yeah,
right?
Sort of.
it's like a hover mode and a glide mode, right?
Yeah.
And the Vulture mode allows you to be more maneuverable. You see that they have a boost module. Actually, this is fun. Like when you get to too high an altitude, you start increasing your fuel consumption, which prevents people from going too high in the game. Also good to know for people who want to stay, close to the ground.
That's kind of cool.
and now we're flying through an area of the map known as the Shield Wall, which is on the para-northern side of the Haggard Basin. We can talk about the para-directions at some point, because that's always awkward and weird. But
So it gets height and then it just
para-north
glides.
is really south in relative terms to the map. But this is like,
vehicle's
these are
kinda cool.
rocky areas, so
I like
the
it.
sandworm is less of a threat up here, but the enemies are much harder, and the resources you gather up here are much more value, right, to what you're doing. So these are areas where you harvest.
And the first time you're coming here, you don't actually have an ornithopter. More than likely,
Yes.
you don't, right? So
Yes.
then you're having to make the choice of like, do you bring your buggy here, which is really high, really hard to get to, or do you go with your sand bike and try to climb up the wall? So it's ultimately it's about choice, how you go to each of the biomes, and then which vehicles you bring, right, which enable different mechanics based on the one you want.
Yeah, and like this area we're in now is known as the Uldum as well, and the Uldum has a little more plant growth and a little more greenery, and that's because the Uldum is an area where they were doing experiments on some of the land, and we won't talk too much about it, but yeah, we're gonna fly over. I guess this is
our second base.
This is our
yes.
second base on the Shield Wall. Yeah, so this is the
Lots of
guild
shields.
base. So this is further into the game. People have progressed a bit. They're probably so we divide the game into 4 phases: survive, protect, expand, and control. So this would be here you're either on the expand or the control part of the game, the sort of last two phases, right? So you've got a bigger guild, you're working with a larger group of people potentially. You can still play the game solo at this point. Everything just takes a little longer and is a little harder to do on your own, right? And you can still do it. You can craft these ornithopters. There's no problem. But we encourage people to play together and work together in a multiplayer game.
And we're showing off some building sets we've never shown before.
Yes.
These will be the Twitch drops.
These are Twitch drops, yeah.
Exactly. So
Twitch
the one
drops!
this is actually that one's Chome building set, but those round windows and the ceiling pieces, pretty much everything that's more metal than white stone, those are actually going to be Twitch drops that you will get, so they kind of expand on the existing Chome.
The layout of this
set,
base is
which
far
I
too
love them. I
pretty
think they're
and
very cool.
thematical for my liking. I'm going to make every
Yeah, and
single
you can see
building
what,
of our
like,
Panda
what we'd
army
expect
like
a
an
guild
Amazon
base to look like,
warehouse.
right, lots of production going on. It was something that we were really pushy on in the game development, making sure that the fabricators actually show the items being crafted as they
Yeah.
craft, so you see them
So cool.
form up inside the fabrication units. And yes, I know this isn't exactly something from Dune lore. This is one of the places where I was like, I have to make a concession to the game. They don't have fabricators, they're not mentioned in the lore, but it's fine because it's
It
cool.
looks cool.
Rule of cool in some cases.
Absolutely.
Rule of
This is a
cool.
vehicle fabricator, yeah.
There's also circuits. Have we ever talked about circuits before?
Nope, not actively. You can.
Okay.
Please feel free.
They're pretty neat. It's not as intense as Factorio, right? Making blue science or anything like that. But you are able to set up different circuits in your base, so you can have some containers feeding into some fabricators feeding into others. You'll never have 100% automation like you would get in a factory builder game, but it does enable you as you get to mid game to start having a fair bit of automation in the game when you're playing, because water and electricity become quite a burden if you don't start upgrading your gear and the infrastructure like we were talking about before. So we introduced passive ways to get water, which is a huge help, because water in the mid and to the end game even is really important through all aspects, not just survival but also crafting.
For my fellow lore nerds out there, we call the passive water generation wind traps.
I was just about to say there are actually some wind traps on this, and
Yeah.
we've seen some while we walked by them as well. And it's just you also see here how much bigger those refineries are. We also saw a spice refinery as well, actually.
Yeah, there was
the
spice refineries there,
tubes.
yep.
Yep.
Yeah, and that we just saw a room with some decorations in it as well.
Yeah,
just to you can pimp up your area in a sense, put out holograms. It was quite funny because here's a fun anecdote from development. The artist made a bunch of the artist made
We
a
need
bunch
more
of hot plates
spice.
for people to put in their bases, and I was like, guys, it's June.
There is no water to water those.
So we have a
things
lot of holograms
in your
implemented now.
buildings. Yeah,
I was like,
they
we
look
can
great
have.
though.
Then I keep saying the word holograms. Sorry, everyone. Solido projections.
Solido projections.
Solido projections of
You'd be
plants.
yelling at yourself.
Oh my god, I'd be so mad. I'd be so mad if I wasn't me right now.
If you like decorations, you need to explore quite a bit,
Yes.
right? We don't unlock them all.
Yes.
Go to trade posts, go to places where there are people. You can unlock tons of the stuff that you're seeing around in the
Yes.
base here.
Exactly.
You have to work a little bit for it.
You'd have to work a
though.
little
bit
for it, yeah.
Explore, find people that
Yeah,
sell you
and
stuff.
and obviously these doors,
Or-
the pentashield doors and things as well. Once you reach a certain stage in June, you can put shielded doors out, so you don't have to have doors that open and close.
Exactly.
And that's really useful for when you have flying vehicles. You want to land in hangars. You don't have to wait for a door to open.
Some of the cool stuff I've seen in beta is they will make a huge base, but it's kind of covering a road. So they'll open up
yeah.
the middle of it and then set the permissions on the Pinto shields so that you can actually drive
Public,
through it. So
yes.
you can't go into their base, but you can still go through the middle of their
Yes.
base, which is nice.
It's nice.
Yeah, I agree.
Good guy players.
Good guy players, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we're actually gonna go up to the roof now and build a transport ornithopter.
nice.
Great.
Which
No.
not
No.
yet. Okay, not yet.
No, we're not.
Excuse me.
No, we're not. We're
We're
wrong.
gonna run around the base a little
not
bit
wrong.
more.
We're
Yeah,
still
Oh.
doing other things.
That's an. Yeah. Okay.
But
few ornithopters.
What
hovering
we'd
around.
like to do is, because we're actually going to go to a social hub later on, and we'd like to throw that to, unfortunately we can do only Twitch, so I'm sorry YouTube, we love you over there too. It's just our bot is being a bit difficult. So we'd like to do a poll, throw that to Twitch chat only.
Twitch
for
chat.
today. Which
50-50 the
of the social hubs
poll.
you'd like
You
to
have a
see?
job.
We have 2 available in the game right now. One is Arcane, the other one is Hardcore.
Let's poll up.
And you can
I don't see a
choose
poll.
which of those you'd like to see today. So we give you like a few minutes to vote on that while our
You have a job, chat.
rockstars and wizards behind the scenes are preparing that poll for
50-50
you.
the poll.
It's not running already. And yeah, we can talk a little bit.
One of the cool things that they were just showing there is the vehicle backup tool.
Yes.
I don't know if we've talked about
Where's
that
the
on
poll?
stream too
It's on
much.
Funcom's
But
channel.
Once you build a sand bike or a light ornithopter, you can actually build
Can we get a
tool
link?
to
Just
hide
go to the
it or,
directory,
like,
find Funcom,
what's-
go to the
what's the
poll,
lore reason,
50-50
Joel?
that shit.
Let's go with the Ritchie's perfected miniaturization terminal.
Yeah.
And the player is able to miniaturize their vehicle, and it
Get
only
that
works for vehicles
50-50,
have
chat. Get that
nothing in their inventory.
50-50.
Correct. Yeah.
And
If they have the poll
two
up
types of vehicles,
somewhere.
the sand bike and
Yes.
the light scout ornithopter.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, we're flying past.
Highly recommend always using it, right? When
Yes.
you're going to a location.
Yes.
Harko needs more votes,
Store
chat.
your vehicle.
Harko
Don't
needs
let
more
it get destroyed
votes.
by a sandstorm.
I learned
Vote
that the hard way
H.
myself too. So I will never
Go to
do that
vote.
mistake
Go to
ever again.
I
Funcom.
see,
Type
I
vote
see we've
H.
gone with spoiler
Ooh.
territory here, and we're
You type
flying
it in
over
chat.
the giant power station of Misatariel.
Don't look.
I don't want to talk
There's the
too
link.
much
50-50
about it.
that
We'll let
poll,
people
chat.
figure that out
50-50
in
it.
the game.
It looks cool. from
It's my
afar,
favorite
so it's like-
location.
Me
It's-
too.
It's
Mine too.
absolutely amazing.
Mine too.
And the
Mine
story
too.
This is what y'all been
involved is-
training
So
for.
please look forward to it.
And there we have someone doing their vulture roll, which is very nice. Can you hit your scanner as well, whoever's flying?
I'm not
A few more
sure.
H's,
Yeah.
chat.
So,
Few more
that's-
H's.
Vehicles obviously get players got hand scanners probably in the beta, but now you're up to the
I
stage
love
where you
y'all,
actually
Twitch.
have a scanner and you're scanning entire islands by pumping.
I
C.
love
So the
Twitch
idea
chat
is that,
so
Again, as
much.
you progress, everything just takes a step up in how quickly you can
God,
do
I
things.
love
We wanted
Twitch
the game
chat.
to feel, well, you've put in the effort to get this vehicle. We're going to give you the convenience of being able to scan an entire island very quickly, right?
Oh,
this is a trade post.
this is perfect.
This is the Crossroads trade
Harko
post.
still needs more votes, though.
Look at the poll. It's super tight. I love that. Like right now, Arcane is slightly winning. So let's go,
Harko Village
Harkonnen.
is cooler.
I agree though. Well, both
We're going to see some footage from Harko
both
no matter
are
what we do.
super
to
cool,
it.
that's
though.
true.
Both are super cool, but I do like.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you, chat,
because
for
you're
doing
an
your
evil
part. Round of
person.
applause,
I am.
everybody.
I am just like.
Round of
Coming by
applause.
everything
Y'all did a very good job
the fun part is I
50-50ing the
always
poll.
try to go evil in like games where
Anytime
you
there's
have
ever a
choice and I
poll
end up
chat, you
good
always
anyway.
50-50
Because you
it.
can't bring yourself to do it.
No.
Always
So-
50-50.
So these are the pilots. They were disabled in the beta. You may have met one at the first trade post if you were playing.
And we're going to Arcane, by the way.
We're going to
Arcane.
Arcane?
Yes.
All right.
Okay,
It's fine.
so we're going to go and visit Arcane. All right, that's cool. The pilot only takes cash. So you can't have credit. You have to have cash. So we're heading to Arcane.
She doesn't use it on sunscreen, that's for sure, because she was really sunburned. Like, so let's just get that out there. Yes. But yeah, you need to have the cash on you as
Yeah.
well.
One of the features in the game that we haven't really spoken about too much.
Can we
well,
add
we
that
have a
as
bit.
to
We've
the
spoken,
stream
but I don't
roles?
think
Always
people picked it
50-50 a
up in the
poll?
beta. Oh, here we go. Well, I'll
Yes.
let us arrive because this is cool.
Always split the vote.
This is Arcane. And as we arrive in Arcane, so
I could
one
create a
of the
poll that
features we have in the
says,
game is the
chat, would you like me
community
to continue streaming or
system.
end
And
immediately?
when a player
Chat will
opens
50-50 that
their
poll.
community net, they can choose radio stations.
They will
to
not
listen
pick
to in the
one.
game.
They will
A la
50-50
like
that.
a Fallout game or a GTA game. And this guy, Finno Gary, he runs this trash shop, but he actually has a show on the Atreides radio. And if you listen to the show, it's his daughter talking about their adventures on how they got all this salvage that shows up. So it's kind of fun to just narratively listen. You know, we tried to connect everything in the world. This is again, I want to make this point because I feel like I see it sometimes online and it's a little, let's say, disheartening. People, we were advertising the game and saying the word MMO, and then people were like, oh, they took all that off, and we took it off because we do feel like this is a huge world completely worth exploring with lots of other people. But it's not an MMORPG,
Yeah.
and people were getting confused by that.
Yeah.
So we took it down. But I think it's clear when you look at places like our social hubs, our exchange system, our banking system, that we have a lot of elements from those style of games here, right? So yeah, we're looking at the exchange right now. Players can post things on the exchange, and this is the banker.
bank.
Would you like to dip
One of the great things here is you can actually store items and credits, right? So say you're going to take a long vacation, you're worried about your base getting destroyed for some reason, you can actually fly to Arcane and dump a bunch of stuff in here.
I was actually thinking is one of the great things here is his mustache.
Sure,
Yeah,
that's
it's
also
Expecting it to
fantastic.
come in on the mustache.
I mean, we've all seen the
Fantastic mustache. You also pay taxes here.
Yes.
Polls
because
are
you
not
need to,
decisive
for the
anymore.
bigger,
Hand up.
sub
shields
fees, you
up.
actually need to
I'll take
make
it.
sure you have your taxes paid to them.
Taxes.
And this is where you pay. This is the
Emperor?
imperial consulate, as we call it.
Yeah.
This is where
Chat,
you go to
pay your quarterly
your
taxes.
taxes to the Imperium. So the first sub-fief console that you place on Arrakis,
Pay
the
your
basic one
taxes,
that you place
chat.
in the
Pay
starting
your
area,
quarterlies.
You don't have any
Come on.
taxes to pay on that.
Cough it up.
But once you get a bit further into
Cough
the
it
game,
up, chat. Pay your quarterly
you start building
taxes.
bigger bases. You pay taxes.
You again.
Once you start expanding that land claim, which you do through these land claim extenders, you start paying more tax. So the idea is that the larger guilds who have more members, who are more capable of achieving things in the game, they have a higher tax rate because
Yeah.
they're building out larger spaces. And that's our way of making it fair for people who only play solo as well. So they don't have as much tax to pay.
The other important thing about the cities is that's where you really progress through the faction storylines, right? So here's where you're going to come and officially join the Atreides or join the Harkonnen.
I can't pay my taxes, I'm poor.
Start vying for the Lands Red system and getting involved in the politics of the entire world.
And this is where the advanced trainers are as well.
Yeah.
For
Time to
people
go to
who
the
wanna
mines.
Progress past the basic level of training in their particular chosen classes.
Except for Derek.
Oh, Derek, the planetologist, he's everywhere.
He's just traveling around.
He's everywhere.
He's a wandering
He's-
mentor.
he's-
You can
he's,
find him anywhere.
Yeah, he's here. He's there.
He's
He's
there.
He's everywhere.
Derek Chenault. Okay, no, enough. Sorry.
No, but you have contracts here, of course, as well,
Yes,
and
contracts,
specific
yeah.
vendors, so they have a lot of things to sell as well.
Yes, and the main story brings you to these locations as well.
Yes. So now we actually get a glimpse at the overlap,
Yes.
which
So
is
you can
one
use
of
the
things.
pilots in the trade post to fly to the hubs like we showed,
Mm-hmm.
and you use those same pilots to get back. But once you have your own ornithopter, you can just fly to the edge of the Haga Basin map.
Oh
and
god,
you'll
not
get
the
a
tax
prompt asking you
evasion.
if you'd like to go to the overland map.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the overland map. And this is again one of
Only
the things
people
that
with
I
over
think
250k
kind of
points should be taxed.
breaks us away from your standard survival game.
True.
This is where we have the ability
Chat, how
to
many channel points do y'all
infinitely
have?
expand this game, where we have multiple maps that players can go to.
How many channel points do y'all have right now?
I think this is where you go to reach the deep desert. This is where you go to reach several of the story maps. Right now, we've landed on a fuel deposit. We're just picking up a bit of fuel, refueling our ornithopter on there. We're able to expand here for a long time, and this is kind of part of what, again, we wanted to do to make this a coherent.
Okay, a lot of
universe,
y'all have a couple
right, and
million.
make Dune feel like something
That's
that,
kind of impressive.
we're going to be working on and adding to for a long time.
So post-launch, there will be new locations that show up here.
Yes.
We'll have
Can y'all
events,
real
we'll
quick
have
just fill up the pit
locations here
then?
for short durations,
Like,
right,
everybody
for,
that's, like,
to
over
shake things up and
200k, can y'all just fill up the
eventually
pit
when
real
we
fast?
release
Just
huge content
top it off.
drops. They'll be accessible through the overlap.
toss a couple into the pit.
Exactly.
Top it
One
off.
other thing that you can find
Top it off, chat. There you go.
in the overlap map, which also
There you
goes
go,
into
top it
the
off.
story, that we really
Top it
would like
off.
to talk a little bit more about, because we haven't as you mentioned, it takes a while to also get the story going, so people in the
Good job.
during
All right,
the
y'all
beta
can
weekend
stop.
haven't actually seen
Y'all can stop.
much of that. So we
I'm
have the
saving for
overlap
Mad
map. We can
VIP.
also access some of these story dungeons.
Watch this, chat.
And
Hold on.
we actually do have
Stop
some
posting.
footage
Look at
of
this.
one of those dungeons that
I did
ate
it.
you. And Joel.
Now that's a
can
mad VIP.
hopefully give a little bit
Yeah.
of context what we're seeing.
Part of Act 2.
So here we're not going to spoil too much of the story, but
Nope,
this
nope,
is kind of the theme of Act 2, right?
I'm a
You've
VIP
moved
in my
from
own
a
channel.
survivor doing the trials.
You wanna
now
see
you're
that?
getting
Look at this.
involved in the
Boom.
politics.
The kitten is back.
Yeah, so there's a lot more interaction with NPCs,
Mm-hmm.
dialogue,
Seems that the
there's a lot more
Watchers have
cinematics,
some new blood.
and a lot of locations outside the Haga Basin that you'll be going
That's
to.
cheating. You have
One of my
infinite
favorite
points. Don't hate
characters.
the
Yeah.
player, hate the game.
Everyone does.
In the
Kind of.
Cone of Silence.
Yeah, we didn't mention the Cone of Silence, but you're inside the Cone of Silence here, and the game actually dampens all the sound outside of it when you enter, which is pretty cool.
To be distributed in the
What game am I suggesting? Dune.
shipper.
Suggesting Dune right now.
Traumurky for law people who understand.
What is that, by the way? I actually don't know what
The
that
Assassin's
is.
Handbook describes certain poisons. Traumurky is poison in the drink.
That's actually something I didn't know. Like, I was wondering about that earlier. Like, I didn't know what that term is.
So you see we have a dialogue system in the game where you can make choices based on several of the things that you've done in the game as well. Your background at the start has some payoff here.
This water shipper is well
Again, I it's not like, you know, we're not making an Obsidian RPG with all of the choices that something like that has, but we're doing a level of this that's above and beyond what most survival games do, I think.
And you will be interacting with some Dune characters that people
Well, look
are
at her
familiar
last
with.
name.
Yeah,
Dune
yeah.
fans probably recognize already that last name.
Yep.
All right, so we're skipping ahead here. We've jumped to the part of the mission where you're heading towards the Watershipper's mansion.
Yo,
which is
Food
in the
Force, thanks for
Imperial
getting a
Basin
sub.
just
Appreciate
outside
that.
Barricane. The player is being sent there to assassinate and poison this Watershipper on behalf of Alara Tuek. And so we come to this new level on the Overland map.
Oh, Naran
Yeah, so
with
your job is to
100 months of
Yeah, she's
subbing. Yo,
talking
can I
and
get a
explaining
round
the
of
mission,
Rue
but
Olds
I
for
can't hear it, so I'm
Naran?
just-
That's a long time
It's
subbing.
One of the things we wanted to
Thank
do
you
is
so
make
very
sure
much.
all the abilities still work.
And Fluffy,
in
thanks
these,
for
so it
subbing
is
as well.
still very sandboxy.
Yeah.
Condemned,
There'll
thanks for
always be
subbing.
multiple
Forum, thanks for getting the
approaches.
sub.
You know, if you have a Shigawire Claw, you can
You're
use that
so
to grab people over
old.
some areas. If
100
not, you know, then you
years
have to be
of
a little more
old.
stealthy and avoid the searchlights.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's one of those
Yo,
things
go back,
where our
Mr.
philosophy
Prime.
is like we give people
100
all these
months is
tools,
such a
but it's
long
sandbox,
time,
play the way
dude.
you want to play. Like here, it's, you know, we have to find a guy called Yargan, who's her contact. And so like it's like we're quite nice to people. You might get spotted, but you can escape the lights quickly.
Yeah.
That's the one we
I'm
found
not.
here.
You can read the dialogue here. It's fun. One of those ones.
And again, depending on your background, they actually get different choices to to the dialogue.
Character creation is important.
Why don't we just have this
Yeah.
conversation in that spotlight over there?
He's a grumpy guy.
I agreed to help Alara with this. It was because her old man got me out of a few scrapes back in the day. But if you get caught, we ain't met.
Am I going to be
Especially when
gaming
it talks about
8.5
place.
years from now?
You'll appreciate this option.
Good.
Probably. Dude, I'm a gamer through and through. I'm probably
So,
going to be doing
which
this till I'm
background?
like 40 or 50.
Which background do you have to
I don't
have
see
to get
myself
that
changing my
option?
trajectory unless my channel just
That
somehow
one's for everyone
implodes.
for free.
It's for everyone. That's for free. Okay, there you go. I love that.
If y'all
method
will
of
have
doing
me
it.
anyway.
You listen, smart ass.
Aren't you 50 already?
There's so many little
I'm
Easter eggs and fun
30!
things that you also wrote, like especially also for like weapon
weapon
descriptions and
descriptions,
things.
item
It's super
descriptions.
fun. Like everything's connected. Like for those of you who do like lore and who know Dune lore as well, you will find all
Bro!
the connections. But also for the ones who don't,
It's been a while.
Yeah.
it's super fun to just.
Follow the path.
He's also
Find
explaining the different ways that you can approach this
I'm
quest
not
right now.
even at the
So he's sort of
halfway
explaining to you,
to
there's
40.
like 2 paths that you can take. Like you
I'm
don't
only
have to go this way, you don't
33.
have to go that way.
I
Here's
haven't
how you can
hit
get in, there's how you can get
35.
in, right? So as a player, you can approach
Bro,
this
y'all
again
can't.
in
Y'all
kind of that
cannot
sandbox
do that
approach.
to me.
Like, again, I don't want to oversell it. It's not an immersive sim where you have
Yeah,
like the
no.
Dishonored level of,
Yeah.
but you can definitely find alternate paths into the mansion to achieve your mission. And I think that like a shout out to the story content team with Bernard and the boys, as I call them. They've done a great job with these, setting them up. And here's what Scott was talking about, where you know, oh, like I've set the game up in this way. I'm a Benny Gesserit. I'm just going to stun this guy, and then I'll be able to walk past him, and he won't even notice me. He won't call up. He won't call the guards because he doesn't see me, right? And so you can use your abilities, your skills that you've picked up in the game to just pass through these areas, and yeah, it's kind of fun, right? And
I'm gonna run and
we just
gun and
wanted to
kill
show that
everybody.
We have more than just, you know, the basic survival game. There's way more going on here.
Yeah, especially like I think it takes about if you let's assume you ignore
Please stream
everything
until you're
else, because
60
there's a
so
lot
we
of
can
choices
hit
for you, how you wanna
420
approach
months
Dune
subbed.
Awakening and what there's to do. But let's assume you're only going for the main story and like those cinematics and things. So it takes you. I did talk to Niels about it as well. It takes about 30 hours.
How old do
until
I?
the story
How old will I
really
need to be to hit like
gets
1,000 years
going.
subbed?
Yeah, if you're playing by yourself, just
Yes.
experiencing
Yeah.
all
How
the
old will I
survival
be?
elements and going
At
at it
1,000
alone.
years?
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
30 hours
It's-
to get to part 2.
That's the real goal
Yeah,
here.
it's, I mean, it's
1,000.
deliberately like. I'm not defensive about Act 1, but yeah, the first part of the game is deliberately
1,000
somewhat
months
light.
subbed, not
Just
1,000
to
years
give
subbed.
people
You know
that,
what I meant.
Like learn the world,
Exactly,
acclimatize
yeah.
yourself, like follow up on the Fremen. You have the Fremen
That's
trials. and
83
super
years
interesting,
of
and-
streaming.
And then we start introducing and
So I'll be
layering
like
the politics
103.
of the
All right,
universe
chat,
and
I'm
more
streaming
of
till
the
I'm
stuff and more of your
103.
personal story, like what's going on, why are you the one being asked to do this,
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
happening, right?
And ultimately, it is a survival game first, right? So
Yes.
the player needs to learn how to survive in Arrakis, right? And it's a very harsh environment. There's a lot
Y'all
of
are getting 1,000
mechanics
months
to
of
figure out,
pandas.
and then you have to make your make your way through there and figure out how to get out.
You all have to live that long too.
Experience, you know, more of the politics and intrigue that are going on.
Exactly, and I really love that we have. I mean, the beginning of the game is kind of story driven, right? You get context to what where you a little bit of context what's actually happening. You have a person that talks to you and helps you at the beginning, and then, as you mentioned, it goes more into learning the actual mechanics and the tutorialization of the game. And we give you time to get a bit acquainted with everything.
Can you make it 108 so I can catch up?
Not
yes, I can actually.
Things, like the basic mechanics, and then we like approach you again with the story a bit later on. And I really love that too.
I love this guy, but we're cutting.
We're not already 50 like you, so we'll be fine.
Exactly.
I'm not
so
50.
Obviously we don't want to show too much. There's more to this dungeon. What we're gonna do now, though, is we're actually gonna watch another video that's gonna lead us into our next segment. So enjoy.
I don't know why y'all are roasting me.
Intense.
Yeah, how old are y'all, chat? 20?
Power.
How old are you, chat?
Given the right leader.
Huh? How old are you?
Move a planet. In Dune Awakening,
I see a lot of you are actually older than me.
Leads you through the great houses. But
a lot of
only
y'all are older than
accomplished
me.
guilds may earn their place among the Atreides or
Y'all are the
Harkonnens.
old ones. I'm young
Swear
and
your
spry.
allegiance and contribute to their rise in desert power. The pledge is only the beginning. You have come far, and now it's time to take control of the Landsrad.
I'm a year younger.
The Landsrad is the council of great houses that make
You are,
decisions that impact all the players on all the servers in your world.
Oh shit.
Your goal, and that of your guild, is to secure their votes so that your faction, the Harkonnen or Atreides, can take control. To secure their votes and sway them to your side, you must complete specific house requirements on the Landsrad board. Alone or together with your guild, your efforts can move the needle. Be the first to fulfill a house requirement to not only secure their vote, but also reap their many rewards.
Ooh.
Whether you enjoy PvE or
There was that
PvP,
50-year-old that
there
beat you
are
on a
many
bike race.
paths
Oh
to
my.
victory.
Why would you tell Twitch chat about. Oh no.
If you prefer the relative safety of the shield wall,
Don't.
there are many activities that will not put you into direct conflict with other players, while still contributing to your faction's rise to power.
Alright.
House Torvald wants you to
Y'all
eliminate sandflies.
Y'all don't need to know about that, okay?
Rush in, or pick off
Y'all
the
don't need to know
deserters
about
one
that.
by one with your sniper rifle. House Rashis wants a delivery of ground cars. Join up with friends and build strongholds for large-scale production and deliver them safely to the House representative by ground or air. Large-scale production is costly and will require a lot of resources. To be able to craft certain high-tier items, you will also need the most sought-after resource of all.
Spice.
Spice. You can buy spice from spice merchants or on the player-run exchange. And it can even be found in smaller pockets behind the shield wall. But to collect industrial quantities, you must venture into the unknown.
Oh, the deep
The
desert.
deep desert beckons. Here, violent Coriolis storms sweep across the vast expanse of sand, resetting the map every week, revealing new resources to mine and points of interests to explore. This ever-changing environment offers endless exploration, but also endless conflict. Each house in the Landsrad desires a specific control point in the deep desert. Seize it and hold it over time to gain their vote. Fortify it, and be ready for a fight. Other players will soon come to take it from you. The deep desert is also home to frequent spice blows, offering large quantities of the precious melange. You need a lot of spice. Once you've located a spice blow, move your harvesters in place to collect. Just be ready to defend it with your life.
Oh my god, that's a big old worm. Woo!
After a week of politics, manufacturing, and conflict, one side emerges victoriously. The Harkonnen have seized the Landsraad, and the leaders of the player guilds who contributed to their victory all get to vote for a decree that will impact everyone on a server belonging to that world. They choose to unlock exclusive weapon imports rights. By decree of the Landsraad Council, under the seal of His Imperial Majesty.
Oh, this is cool.
A trade consortium has been authorized to visit Arrakis, providing Harkonnen players with exclusive access to a unique weapons vendor in Harko Village.
Big guns.
As the Harkonnen Landsraad term begins, the race for control in the next term.
I think the worm ate a cable. Hold on. Dune Awakening.
Welcome back. No technical problems at all. It's all fine. No one would have noticed if you didn't say anything, Scott.
Sorry. That's my job.
Pretty sure I couldn't hear it, but I'm pretty sure it cut off mid-VO.
It probably did. Yes, I couldn't hear it either. But the video is going to be available after the stream anyway, so you can watch it in all its glory. Landsraad. Talking about Landsraad, so let's go to the next segment. Endgame and Landsraad. So
yes. Show me the end game. I'm ready.
We have, of course, expectations of what the end game and Landsraad, and especially Deep Desert, looks like, and what it's for, and how people will use the Deep Desert, and how it works. A lot of those things. But I think before we go into more details and show some really exciting gameplay as well, Joel, I think it'd be cool to talk about the vision for what the end game is supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, like, going back to when I joined the project, so this is 5 years ago, right? And we were talking about what is a good survival game, like, because Dune, we were making a Dune survival
Yo,
game.
Nal, thanks for
And we were
subbing.
talking
Appreciate
about
that.
what is,
Yes,
like,
I am Potato.
What is
Ricky.
the vision
Thanks
for
for
an end
subbing.
game in Dune? And the kind of the goal and the idea, at least in the beginning, was like we started.
I'm
with,
messaging
hey,
Thor.
like, you start by surviving.
We won't have like a joint guild, but we'll
In
each
the
have our own
desert.
guild, and
And it's
ideally
that
I'd like us
raw
both to be able to like control a good
Nature
portion of the
versus,
desert.
mankind kind of thing. It's the sun,
You know?
it's the sandworms, it's the storms. But then you move into this new mode of survival, which is political
time.
survival, which is the end game of the game needs to be about these big forces, right? The Imperium is made up of the great houses, the Landsraad, the Emperor, the Spacing Guild, Chome, all of these things have an influence, and you as a player are just a small cog in the machine, but we want you to be able to feel like you're participating in this big umbrella system. And so we started there, and then we talked about, like, there's an element of, like, I think very technical game design here where we talk about player activity cycles through the week. I was looking at, like, games like Rust. Rust has their server resets, which is great for, like, people to start building up, and people really enjoy that cycle. But a lot of people also love having their stuff and not losing it. And so we talked about, like, okay, what about a place, and in Dune it's perfect, right? You have these Coriolis storms, And there's scenes in the book where the sand is just tearing apart cliff faces and ripping down the things in the desert and revealing things from beneath the sand. And so we said, okay, what if we had a map, the deep desert, and in the deep desert, the landscape changes every week. How does that affect gameplay? And then we started there and we talked about, okay, what about if there's a cycle of events that we want players to go through? And again, this is a design. This is a high-level design.
We might actually have an infographic or a visual asset for that. A week cycle of.
Oh, do we?
Please no daily quest. I mean, it's not really daily. It's more like a weekly, a map that changes every week.
Not that one, but okay. Either way,
maybe it's not right. Maybe we didn't.
I can just keep talking.
Yeah. Go for it.
It's fine. Sorry, everyone. I know it's just boring old Joel. But like we wanted to approach this right. So we were like, okay, what if there's a
based on the body language, Joel looks comfortable and passionate
about
this
game.
game.
It's an infinitely explorable
Joel is
space.
definitely the most comfortable.
And we worked backwards from
Look
there
at
and
him.
said, how do we build
Look at how he's
a lot
sitting.
of our game systems towards
Dude
it?
is,
So we started with the idea of
He's
the
there.
map resets. When would we want to reset the map? Let's say we reset it on the lowest player activity day of the week, right? Which tends to be a Tuesday night or a Wednesday in these kind of online games. And then we're like, okay, and then there's this activity we call scouting and cartography. And then we built a game mechanic around cartography and scouting, which I think we're going to show in a little bit. And that is, and maybe you saw it, we definitely tutorialized it in the beta, you reveal parts of the map. And then we made it so that you can save those maps and sell them to other
Natasha
players.
is engaged
so
in the conversation.
Players who are scouts.
Scott,
and that happens, let's say,
Scott is asking if the oven is still on at his apartment.
Low ebb.
He is currently conflicted. He know that
How do we make information?
He turned on the oven to make his food. He's not entirely sure.
Then once that information is gathered,
it might still be
with
on.
Their friends and their guilds. Then they start setting up what we call a logistics plan. How am I going to control the spaces in the deep desert that I want to control? What is my guild looking for? Are we looking for spice? Are we looking for unique schematics? Are we going after shipwrecks? Are we going after
spiced out
ecology labs that have been revealed? Like, what are we doing this week? So then they go set up. And then the weekend, which is when the highest player activity count is, that's when people are online. And that's where people really participate.
I feel bad, though, because like I am definitely like Scott. In order for me to listen, it just looks like I'm disassociating because I have to focus on like... Whenever I'm listening to somebody, I have to like focus on a wall.
Sorry, I should say, on top of
like I'll just stare at some random wall in order to be able to actually focus on someone talking.
That take place both in the deep desert, but also outside of the deep desert. Exactly. There's a lot of PvE stuff in there. And then at the end of that activity cycle, everybody votes. It sets a server-wide change, like a worldwide, I think we should say in our terminology. It changes every...
He definitely left the stove on, though.
Rule set in the world can be changed by the Landsrad. And then the Coriolis Storm happens again on a Tuesday, and we start over again with a new weekly cycle. And this is kind of the vision and dream for how the end game should play out and how we would like it to work. And yeah, we'll talk about how that we've set everything up for this to be the case, but of course no plans survives first contact with players. So another point I would like to make is just we're a live game.
This is a
continue
reminder
to tweak and update these things. So
take your meds if you have
maybe
meds.
Look at and talk about it. Yeah?
Yes, let's look at the gameplay. Actually, some activities that you might be wanting to do. So we have like actually a team here that will now go into the desert.
Okay, so we've gone through the overland map.
Yeah,
we're in the shield wall, which is the southern part of the deep desert.
It's the PvE area.
Correct. Yeah.
This is the PvE space.
It was important for us so that people that are scared of PvP or reluctant to get engaged with it, right, that they had a place in the deep desert that they could go to without, instantly getting killed as soon as you're coming through, like in warping in, right, gate camping or whatever from other games. And this is also where you set up your base of operations.
Yes.
The very first area, because the deep desert is gigantic. There's no water here.
Yes.
And you need to have the logistics set up, and like you can go there by yourself. Like I fly there on beta. I try to stay away from people.
There we go.
As we said, we're not great at PvP.
Can you repeat that shaking sound, please?
Yeah, ratting.
You can go in and rat.
Oh, I'm totally.
I don't know why you want me to repeat that,
just to point
but
out one thing here, because these guys are using. So
there you
again,
go.
coming back to like how do we get towards this vision? We started with how do you build this is going to get wiped every week. How do we encourage people to build bases? Well, first of all, we created this blueprinting system. You bring the diagram of your base, you place it out, and you build it quickly.
Why do y'all like
this
that?
This is very fast. It doesn't take very long when you're with a few friends. You get a base put down. you build it up quickly. This is part of the logistics cycle of the
Why do
deep
y'all
desert.
like the sound of
Hog
pills?
the Basin and all the vehicles that you're bringing with you,
Yeah.
or you can harvest in there's quite a bit of resources in the shield wall, you
Yep.
know, so you can set this up.
So this is what's happening here. We're building a forwarding base.
Exactly. I was going to say that this is obviously a forwarding base because it is kind of very boxy again compared to like the actual home bases that we saw earlier. Because this is all about efficiency, right?
Yes.
And like fitting your the storages and the all the machines that you need. You know now my brain just stopped working.
Fabricators.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we made a change, or not a change. It's just the building costs are different in the deep desert, so it costs half as much to build
Yes.
everywhere.
Building
and
is
you get 100%
faster,
when
yep.
you're breaking things down. Just because we know you're going to be redoing this every week,
Yep.
there's
Yep.
going to be some loss, right? You know, so we're trying to make it easy and accessible in the ways that we can, while still.
I actually really
keeping
like
the
that they're
threat there.
reducing
Yes.
the
And
requirements
intensity,
for
right.
building in
Yes.
the deep desert. It's nice.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? Like the deep desert is a little bit about that tension as well, that feeling of like, so
Exactly.
we're building here, it's the PvE area. I expect people to build their primary.
Now, my
like,
question
weekly
is, what's to
base in the
stop
PvE
somebody
area
from
and then
just
maybe
like
set out some
building
logistics
literally
bases so
on
that
the
they can do
edge
things
of
like
the deep
refining spice.
desert?
And that's where it becomes
You know?
an interesting kind of like we'll
Like
see
building
how people
some
play
super
out
base
these
on the
scenarios
very
in the
edge of it,
actual
where they're not
deep
in
desert
the
game, but this is kind of the expected behavior.
They're not
This is what
in.
we hope people will do. And we've tried to build all the mechanics into place so that people can do this, right? And that's been a large part of it.
You also
It's a
see
different map
co-building here. There's
entirely.
actually, like, several
Okay.
people working on
Yeah,
this.
everyone's working together, right?
Yeah,
And
which
that's
is super nice
that's
too.
the guild focus as well. Like you know, it
Exactly.
is a multiplayer game. It's really important to make sure that people can play together and do things together. And I think it like the fun part in this game and this style of game is that it extends beyond like the traditional MMO experience of like we can fight things together, right? And we can role play together, but you know, you're not building things together, you're not crafting vehicles together, right? We have those options, which is nice.
Exactly.
And it's just cool to see how quick you can use the blueprint system to get like a gigantic base, right?
Yep.
Even though it's utilitarian, right? But yeah, it does what it needs, and it's quite impressive.
Yep.
I know that people are also wondering that you won't be able to, copy that your setup inside. So this is literally.
I like that there's
the blueprint is
blueprints.
for the
That's
building
gonna make
itself,
life so much
everything
better.
inside.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You still have to put the placeables in.
So we're behind the shield wall. I think we've just left the base now,
Yeah, we're actually
and we're
just showing a little bit of the
Yeah.
PvE area here.
so this
as
is
well.
this is behind the shield wall, and then you come out into the deep desert, and this is like I think oh yeah, sorry, behind the shield wall there's also PvE elements here. This is the PvE space.
Yeah.
So there are things like shipwrecks that you can raid. There are like eco labs behind here. So there is a section of the deep desert. I know people are really worried about doing PvP. There is a whole section here. It's 24 kilometers long, where you can actually go and like do the PvE part. And we're about to see. Well, this will take a few seconds.
We're actually
survey.
We're in the middle of
just
the survey.
surveying the-
So now we're surveying the land in this section, and we'll see the segment reveal itself. And this is like one of
Wait,
the
you actually
PvE
reveal
segments
the
of
map
deep
by
desert.
surveying?
And what you'll see here is that we've surveyed one square, and just to give some
Oh,
context,
dude, that's so nice. I
one
love
of
that.
81
That's actually a really good system.
squares within this map. So there are 81 of these squares. It's huge.
Yeah.
There
We're
are
actually also seeing the sync chart that you mentioned earlier
Yes.
as well
Yes.
come into
so
play.
so now I don't know whose name it is, but whichever player it is crafting a. They have surveyed.
Camille.
Now they're going
Bahroo's
to
base
craft
will
a
be an
sync
inverted
chart.
pyramid or a
They've
giant
crafted a
panda.
sync chart of
Incorrect.
the deep
It's
desert.
always
It tells
the
you in
Amazon work
information
factory.
which
It's
sector
going to be
of
a
the deep
giant
desert,
box.
Who created it?
Efficiency
how long ago it
overall.
was created, so you understand whether the information's out of date or in date. They're going to share that sync chart with their friends.
Yep.
And then their friends hopefully will be able to switch camera perspective and see their friend apply the sync chart,
That is
which
the
saves
plan.
them having to
Yes.
explore.
Yeah,
So this is that
Exactly.
cartography loop.
You could go out with like a
Oh.
really quick ornithopter.
Look at this. That's the deep desert over there.
Oh, sure.
To the left.
But you can go out with like an exploration kit, right? That's
Yeah.
really fast. That
Yes.
you can go around. You don't have much harvesting abilities, right? And then
Yeah.
you scout the area, bring it back, and then your base can roll out with your transport ornithopters, your harvesters,
Exactly.
sand crawlers.
Depending what your plan is for the day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what
Which
people-
doesn't
what
necessarily
people
have
need.
to be PvP. There's actually a lot of other things,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
might bring you to
I
the
expect
deep
people
desert.
in guilds to be figuring things out and how they're going to work together to do these things. But there's roles here, right? Like again, we tried to really build this game with different roles for different people within guilds.
Exactly.
So the idea is, oh yeah, maybe I'm just the scout, and that's what I do because I hate, going into fights. But I go out, I bring back the information. then people who like building bases
Your
are
7 Days to
planning,
Die
like,
wasn't a
what our
box?
logistics
Yes,
are
it
going
is.
to be and
It's
what
an
we're going to
elevated
be doing
box.
this week
It's a
in
big
the deep
box in the
desert.
sky.
What do we need to harvest?
Box
what do
with
we
a big
need
old
for our
ramp.
crafting?
Mm-hmm.
Are there uniques that we're looking for? Are there specific uniques?
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the really important points about the deep desert is that like the unique schematics, the Imperial permits, which maybe people saw, the purple ones, they're on a limited loot setup, so you don't get the same ones every week, and the layouts of the deep desert change. Here we see the trading system. The sync chart's been traded.
And those schematics you can only make a certain amount of times.
Yeah. And now we're going to consume the sync chart, and then we're going to open our map and see that the sector has been cleared, the same sector that was sync charted. So this is kind of cool. You can create copies of this and pass it off to your guild. You can create copies and sell them on the exchange to other players as well.
That's cool.
Yes, and while now they're actually
the
building a
Transport
Transport Ornithopter, we can actually quickly talk about the Coriolis Storm in combination with the map, because we actually have a visual asset here that shows how they can look like on
Yeah,
the
so
map.
we can talk about the rotation. So this is like, so let's see that we're going to see 3 weeks of Coriolis Storm changes to the map. So this is week 1. And then we move to, and you can see that there's like 1 eco lab, a shipwreck, and a cave there, right? And a small base, and some spice blowers that have been marked. And then to the next week, the layout has changed. Where
Same
things
tile.
are is different. There's a control point now in the bottom left. There's an eco lab in a different place, and a shipwreck that's been uncovered.
And there will be different loot and different
Different
schematics
loot
that you
in all
get.
of them. And then we go 1 more week again. And now you can see that this is a bit larger. There's another control point. It's a different house control point now. Different spaces on the map. A couple of eco labs this time. 4 or 5 caves and the shipwreck. So you can sort of see how this changes and how this loot encourages exploration for people each week.
And that's 1 tile.
That's one section.
One of
81st.
One of 81.
Yeah.
But I will say
There we
this.
go.
It's
One
it's
of
a very big
81?
desert with a lot of space. So there's not all the tiles.
There's
are that populated each
81
week.
tiles
So people aren't
in
like,
the
oh, there's not
desert.
15 eco labs in every square, right?
No.
Like,
Excuse me?
It's a
more
big,
sparse.
barren place. And this is also like important because if we want people to fight
That's a
over
big
things,
desert, man.
we actually need to draw them to the same places to fight
Yes.
over specific things in PvP.
Yes. So
All
for
right.
the ones who actually do want the PvP, they have a place to go where they know there's probably other players there as well.
Okay, so now we have a transport ornithopter. This is the largest flying vehicle that you can craft in the game. And this may be
wow.
my favorite game mechanic because the transport
I agree.
ornithopter can pick things up. And I love it because it can pick up almost anything that is a vehicle, right, in the game. So
one of the things you'll see in the mid game is like the buggy is really hard to get to places, right? Even though it mines so much more than you can ever possibly mine yourself. But it's a pain, right, to get up on the shield wall or to get it out here.
So a good tactic with the buggy though is to use it as storage and use the transport ornithopter to pick it up and carry it. Are we going to show an example of carrying? I guess we are.
Yes, we are,
cool.
because what we're actually preparing for here is a spice harvesting mission.
So the team's going out to do some spice harvesting. Cool.
So we're actually gonna pick up a harvester.
So now we're coming out into what I call the real deep desert, right? This is actually what you think of when you think of Arrakis from the movies, right? So this is we just got the nice tutorial pop up talking about the deep desert.
Yes.
So this is the
timing.
Arrakis that we know from the films. So Hagar Basin is like and it's taking a lot of the information that we have from the books and about like the different biomes and things and making it into a truly sort of interesting PvE experience. But this is the true deep desert of Arrakis. This is the place where people are scared to go. This is where the Fremen live. We're passing outside the shield wall now. This is where the War of Assassins and the PvP is allowed to happen.
Spice blow.
And you can see a spice blow in the distance, which draws people from miles around to go there, right? And I do want to say, this section here, if you turn the camera right and left, you can see that we have the shield wall. This is 24 kilometers long.
Jesus
and you can't
Christ.
see people all the way along. So people who are like nervous about going into the deep desert because they're worried about the PvP is, I think there's like an element from my end, a designed moment that we've talked about on this project quite often is like
it's so
you come to
fucking
the edge
big.
of this vast ocean and you dip your toe in the water and you're a little bit scared of sharks, but you see something in the distance and you think, I can make it. I can get there and I can get back. And the first time it's scary. And you feel that tension, and the second time, and the third time, but you feel that tension, but you actually start doing it, right? And I get that people worry about toxic behaviors and ganking and so forth, but we tried to build a space where you can get away from people as well.
Correct, yeah. So I think that's really important to talk about is in Dune, you were given the tools to get away, right? Like if overwhelming amounts of people come after you, maybe you can't quite get away, but that's generally not going to happen. So a lot of it is more about, PvP is about controlling a point and like having to give up that point if you don't feel like fighting.
Fighting over things instead of kicking down sandcastles.
Exactly.
Correct. So on the Landsrad here, this is kind of interesting, right? So you can see the Landsrad's in the state of like, if we claim this as the Atreides, we're going to win what we call a Sisselrad. And a Sisselrad means that we're going to get the voting power for the week. So a Sisselrad is when we can complete a row. So normally, if you were Harkonnen and Atreides in this situation, you'd both be fighting over this particular control point because you really don't want the other one to win for the week. But normally, like it's kind of, you're always blocking each other and causing like the other team to have to, go back and focus on filling out a row or trying to fill out as many squares as possible. So we're trying to take the
House Hagel?
House Hagel owns this control point in the Deep Desert. We're in the Deep Desert as Atreides taking over this control point on their behalf. And you can see it's just this control point. It's a place that you have to defend in the Deep Desert. It'll draw other people, and it will earn you points over time. It's a classic control point in the Deep Desert. One other thing, just if you stop for a second here, one other thing I just wanted to point out, one of the feedbacks we had in beta was about team markers. You can see our new team marker system in the game here. It's deliberately only for the 4-person groups. I will not allow this to be in the game for guilds because I want, like, especially I know people talk about Zergs. I think when Zerg guilds and there's 40 people attacking each other on the screen, if everybody can see who's in their guild, it's very easy to target the people that you're trying to Zerg. But if it's just the group, then it's much more difficult for Zergs to actually not do friendly fire.
Yeah.
And there is full friendly fire on guilds.
I mean, they can do it if they work for it, right? They can make sure everyone has the same
Team
swatches
colors
and
will
armor.
be
So there is
required.
ways to do it, but
figure out
they have
what
to
you're
work.
dressed like and infiltrate.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Quickly switch to your
exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
we didn't want to take
no
away
artificial.
it's been one of my let's say I will say this is one of those things where I have had to
Everybody
fight with a lot
will
of
wear their
developers on this
team
project
color.
about this.
Our team
There's a crash
color
ship
is
down there, by the way.
green,
It's kind of cool that you could also
like Jade.
loot that. But it's like giving
Anyone
too much
that is not
information
wearing
for free to
Jade
play
is shot on
actually
sight.
limits our ability for people to have politics and intrigue.
Yeah.
Because if I can see your name over your head, I know who you are, right? But if I don't know who that is, and you dress in my clothing and you walk into my base and you follow me around, it's like
What
I
if
might
Thor's
just
group
think you're
isn't
my friend
Jade?
from the guild, when in fact you're just
Best of luck. Wear Jade.
trying to infiltrate. And we want to allow that possibility because that is Dune. At its core, that is how things
Goblins
work. There
are green.
plans within plans. There are groups within groups.
I remember that from
Green
early
like a
on,
goblin,
where
green like
your
Jade.
kind of
Everybody else
lowest
shot on sight.
information has to be
Oh
earned.
yeah, for sure.
That was a very early thing.
Can I just point out that we just
Very
crossed
cool.
a server border?
Yeah.
Like
Sure.
our game has server meshing tech in the Deep Desert, and it's been a very painful technical thing to get working.
Yes.
But we just crossed a server border. You probably might not have even noticed any sort of hitching or anything because it's very seamless. And again, shout out to our technical team who've been
Yes,
working their
yeah.
butts off to get this in good shape. But we just crossed a server border from one server to another, and it's basically not visible, which is great.
Yeah, what we call authority transfer. when
Authority
you move
transfer
it.
between
Yeah.
servers, yeah. So now we're picking up a random sandcrawler and bringing it out to the spice harvesting field. So, I mean, I love that. I love that mechanic. I think it's fantastic fun in the game, just picking things up.
The transport ornithopter is quite slow,
Yeah, it's very slow.
so it is dangerous to go out just in the transport ornithopter.
And you can of course sit in the harvester
Yes.
while being
Sure, you can,
transported,
yeah,
which
yeah.
is really
So
fun too.
You can also,
Yes.
I think the transport
can-
also has like 5 seats as well. So
Yes,
you can bring a whole little group with you.
Or have them standing on
kidnap
top.
other enemy harvesters as well, which is also super fun to do.
But we should talk about spice because
Yes.
that's really ties
Yeah.
the entire end game together, right? So
Yeah.
all the tier.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I wonder if you can just
tier
pick up
6
enemy
or the
vehicles and
last,
just
set of resources,
move 'em
right?
somewhere
Everything
else.
requires spice to craft it. So your end game gear, your end game tools,
Yep.
end game vehicles.
Everything in game requires spice for crafting, essentially. And also, we mentioned the Landsrad. The Landsrad has always the center square of the Landsrad requires spice to win. It's important. The Sandcrawler is like, it's not the full harvesters that you've seen in the films. Those are owned by the big houses. But as you can see here, this is like a little raid event. We just placed a thumper on the sand. We have a guy on a bike. He's riding around dropping thumpers.
You should also hear it actually on stream now. You hear
the thumpers are really important because sandworms roam the deep desert. They will be coming, and you need to be placing out thumpers to distract them away from that Sandcrawler while it's harvesting spice. And you want to keep it on the spice as long as possible, just like in the book. You want to stay on the spice, earn as much profit as you possibly can. You can even see the trail that the Sandcrawler is leaving in the spice as it sucks up spice into its little vacuum pack.
Yeah, so the sandworm stops being, it not stops, but it's less of a threat as you're going throughout Haga Basin into the mid-game. But then at the end game, right, there's sandworms all over the place, and it becomes a threat again, especially when you're trying to get spice from the sands.
So yeah, so you saw the sandworm just took that thumper. Hopefully our intrepid thumper placers have put out more of them.
They're totally well organized. They have like several people placing out thumpers. They have like the scouts here in the air that we see as well, which is really cool to see.
Looking for worms.
Plus our transport to be ready for any kind of danger that might occur.
And so as soon as the Sandcrawler, like the person driving the Sandcrawler knows that they're the target of the sandworm, they need to radio in and be like, get me off the sand, so that the transport ornithopter will pick them up. But at the moment, I think we're using the thumpers effectively as a team, and this is a part of it, right? Like, this is why the deep desert is very Dune. I don't think you have this experience in any other game, and the idea was to create this. So if you are here with your guild, there's something to do and it's fun and it's interesting, but then other players might show up as well, and that's where it becomes another step, right?
So you're saying it's not just reskinned Conan Exiles? Is that what you're saying, Joel?
We could talk about what the word reskin means. We could talk about, like, you know, that some of the best games in the world are reskins of other games.
So you see here, though, that there is a lot of sandworms that are popping up here.
This looks really nice.
Which is both fantasy,
this seems
but also
very
terrifying.
There is a limit
complicated,
to how much they
and I like it.
will eat thumpers. Right?
Yes.
They do eventually get annoyed.
Eventually they have enough.
I'm not that dumb, right? Like
they'll eat thumpers for a while.
I see what you're doing here.
Yeah, so, a diverse palette.
Yes. But yeah, this is like.
You also see nicely the scouts around. To see, like, also potentially looking out for sandstorms coming in. Of course, they're kind of devastating in this particular. Yeah, worm signs. Enemies coming in as well.
Enemies coming in.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, it's this is kind of the experience of like harvesting spice in the deep desert from a large spice blow. And there are smaller spice blows like that you can come to with a smaller guild.
We also have them in Haga Basin, of course.
Yes. There's just a couple ones in Haga. Yeah, it's very limited because we wanted spice to be a rare resource that you need to go out here into the deep desert to get.
And talking about like concentration of people, like the spice blow you can see from really far away, right? 20 plus kilometers away.
I want to see the Sandcrawler's POV.
You do need to bring some friends to be looking out for other people coming in.
Yep.
There's another thumper down there. So I know we've seen some comments from people that are like, well, you have to go into the deep desert to get like the highest type of gear and such.
That is not true. We have the exchange. We just showed that before, right? So you can be somebody that is making something that a person on the exchange would want, right? That goes into the deep desert to get spice or to get, you know, like some schematics. They can go to Arakeen or Hargo Village, post that, you know, and then you can trade it on the exchange. Or you can meet up in person and trade with the
Picking up the
PvP.
crawler.
I think there might have been some we can't hear it though, but there might have been some rumblings and some indication that
we I think that they got worm sign and they need to move. We do have a known bug in the game where the spice color disappears from the sand.
It's still there. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's happening.
Oh, there he
is. That's why they. Yeah.
Big worm.
Hear that. Yeah.
That's shy.
It was great seeing the little sandworm.
Yeah, the little tiny one on the side. You can see the scale.
Little baby, like getting into the action there.
This is the ringmouth worm.
That's the ringmouth, yeah.
And that's gonna swallow everything that's in the middle.
Yeah.
They're like just everything there is lost.
It takes the lot. But these guys managed to succeed and they can take their haul out of the deep desert today with them.
Very well prepared.
Yeah, they were well prepared.
Very well prepared. So as our crew here is now going back to Actually, maybe we can explore a little bit because we do actually have Imperial testing stations here as well. And I think we're actually somewhat close to one, if I remember correctly, so we can maybe show that from above as well. Again, to just
There's
bring
another
it in
plume
that there
off
is a
on the
lot
left
of
there.
content
That's even
in,
further out.
the deep desert that is not just like flat out PvP, right? So we really
Yeah, yeah.
want to.
Correct. And this is our high-end PvE encounters happen in the deep desert. So the eco labs or ecological testing stations.
Yeah. Oh,
they're
yeah.
actually tuned for 4
Apologies.
players. Yeah. So it's the main PvE challenge would be out here where you're going to get those unique schematics that we were talking about earlier. But you need to scout, you need to find them, and then you need to perhaps fight over them.
And work as a team. I think these are tuned towards minimum 4 people.
Yeah.
Right,
We actually showed one in our combat stream.
Yeah, the second
2
part,
streams
yeah.
ago. Yes,
Exactly.
exactly. They're like kind of wave-based, kind of very different approach than the Imperial testing stations that we have in Haga Basin.
Yeah, and they're different every week.
It's the entrance
Yes.
to quality station. And you know, like as the game continues, as we go through live and we continue to update and expand, there'll be more things that show up on the map, for example, Fremen Seaches and things like that, that people would expect to explore. So things will be
Exactly.
uncovered. And as I mentioned, like the layouts for the deep desert, they're handcrafted. We have a cool system where we like build the layouts by hand and generate the spaces between them with the sand. So it's kind of like we fill in the gaps with the sand. But like we are building new layouts for this all the time, right? And then over time we'll incorporate more and more elements. So there'll be always something to do. That's the pillar of the game, infinite exploration, right?
Yes.
And that's one of the goals, is to create a space that's always explorable. And something else I'd like to say that I think is like important is we will add, like we have the DLCs and things coming for the game. We'll be adding things in the DLCs, but the deep desert will always remain something that we consider to be at the zenith of the power curve in the game. So we'll keep adding to the deep desert. So let's say that we have tier 5 items in the game and we go to tier 7, then the deep desert will start to have tier 7 equipment and items and things in it as well. We will always try to keep it on par with anything else we add in terms of power, because the deep desert really is that continually explorable space.
The central point that keeps all of the things
Yeah,
together.
we'll continue to add like stuff, and there will be like in DLCs there'll be places where people can get access to gear that is currently in the deep desert, right? When we do that, we'll also increase the deep desert and make sure that.
That's my
there's more
biggest problem
things.
with the
So
game
that's
is
kind
I
of
hate
the
PvP.
The
Don't
long-term
worry.
goal is
We're gonna
to
be like a
continue
swarm
updating
of
the game and
fucking
continue adding
locusts.
this stuff.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Suck
We
the
also
desert,
enjoy players
suck the
about
desert
that.
dry
So
of all of
while
its
we
resources.
actually have our team, or actually the spice
Once we have enough
harvesters go
resources, we
back
won't have to worry.
to on the way to the quartermaster to deploy, or like to kind of
Harvest the spice. Yeah.
give him the spice, basically. Yeah, give him the spice. For
Jade
the monster thing.
locust.
We do have an additional asset. We have actually a video from a stress test that we did with the beta last
Oh, dear.
week on Friday, where we see a lot of things happening.
Shout out to the beta players.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, beta players. Fantastic work on that side as well. So here, that's actually a glimpse at the stress test that we did. That's also deep desert. Lots of people together in the deep desert, a lot of ornithopters, and it's just really
All
cool
in
to
line
have like
to
that.
get their ornithopters.
to like
Yeah, we were
see
spawning.
that as well.
They were spawning thopters like crazy. Someone's flamethrowing, throwing bombs. Players never behave when you put them in the same space.
If I remember, that's actually Camille with the flamethrower.
Oh my god,
We
this is
were-
gonna be
No,
so
those are Ignacy, I
ridiculous.
mean, that was Ignacy.
The context of
like
the
a
stress
troll,
test,
yeah.
by the way, was like we were testing people crossing the server boundaries with our mesh servers
I
and
love that
fighting
little
on them.
ornithopter back
Yeah,
there.
find
Sorry,
the
it's like
critters,
it's just sorry, go ahead.
And fighting along the server boundaries just to see how the performance was. So you'll see people firing rockets, and yeah, it was a cool test. I think we got a lot of very useful data out of this.
Yeah.
And seeing how people were fighting together.
Also, shout out to our automation team, because they every build, right? We have the deep desert, and they have basically they deploy our automation system called Legion, and it goes and it tests all of these things, right? So it's got hundreds of ornithopters going back and forth between all the
all the server
zone
boundaries. Yep, there's a lot of testing that goes into a project like this. It's
Yes,
insane.
yes,
And the more sandboxy you get, the more things can break, and that's kind of what
Obviously,
makes it
the more
interesting.
freedom we also give to players.
Yeah.
Don't
the
want to
more
join a
things can
streamer
break. And,
squad
like,
just to play the game. Join
I think I
mine.
said that to you earlier.
Join
as well,
my
that,
streamer
like,
squad. Play the game.
Story-driven games that are linear and you follow one story are one thing. We do have that aspect in the game as well, but I think what we at Funcom really love to do is we love to create worlds where players can write their own stories and can tell their own stories, right? I think that's such a different approach to game development.
It's one of the ways we describe Arrakis as a crisis generator, right? So it is spawning stories, and that's why like these tense locations like the deep desert are really important, because it does spawn these memorable moments that you remember, that you go experience with your friends or your guild. You make friends, you make enemies, and that's really important to like fully experience the politics and intrigue of Dune.
100%.
The power.
What do I, as a worker, get from joining your squad and not some other streamer squad?
Before we go back to actually delivering the spice, we had a very
protection
actually a lot
from
of
other streamer squads,
from streamers and players and YouTube content creators. About the beta weekend or from the beta weekend. And I remember one moment, I call it the GTA moment, where one of the streamers, I think, he was harvesting something or something.
Yeah.
Or no, he was downed.
He was downed by an enemy.
He was downed but not out.
Yeah.
And then the other one comes in and just drives over the enemy that was like targeting
This
him.
game is an MMO. Why would you want to play an MMO solo? May I introduce you to RuneScape?
You know, that create those stories that are so
the best
fun to
solo
share as
MMO
well,
ever.
unique to you then, and it's like, and that is, I think, where for me that satisfaction of really creating those worlds comes.
Yeah, I think is one of the things, like we get a bit of I mean, it's fine, like we get feedback like, oh, jank, right? Like, oh, being able to stand on top of an ornithopter is janky. It is, but when they asked me if we should remove that, I said no. Surfing on an ornithopter is actually
very cool.
Why isn't that cool? Like, why isn't that something we want? So like sometimes we make those choices as well. Like it's like, this might look a little weird sometimes, but you know what? It's way more fun when you can do it.
Yes,
it's way more fun when you can do it.
The meta on beta might have been, surfing on ornithopters, shooting people with assault rifles.
A little bit of that might be fixed now. We fixed some of the assault rifle issues.
All right, so let's go back into delivering the spice now. Oh, actually, no, let's talk a little more. I actually wanted to ask you both a question. You actually have answered that recently in an interview, but that's not the reason I'm asking, because I plan to do it anyway. It's like, what is each of you's favorite thing in the game? I mean, you mentioned a few things that we saw, like the transport ornithopter and stuff, but I'm pretty sure there's other things that you're particularly proud of.
So, survival games for me, one of the best things they do is they make the world more interactable than other genres, right? So I think the team has done a great job of like using the harvesting system. Not only does the cut array like cut up the resources and get it, but you come across these like wrecked ornithopters, and every time I come across one and I'm cutting off the wings and getting the resources from it, it just feels great, right? Because it makes the game grounded. So I would say that whole entire system there is really unique with what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's I think I'm thinking about the one that I mentioned in the interview as well, probably, but like the Dew Reaper. And the way that you, because I like, look, I made Conan we made Conan, and Conan's a bit more stock standard in the survival sense, right? You're chopping down trees and you're harvesting rocks. And when it came to Dune, we had the design principle of like, make your designs fit Dune, do not make Dune fit your designs. And it was like, what is harvesting water look like in Dune? And there's a line in the book where Duke Leto is looking out a window and the sun's rising, and there's all these people out in the fields harvesting dew off the flowers, and you're like, that's how precious water is on this planet. And that's a moment that our game needs to have. And so it isn't just like the confluence, it's like, it's cool, this action of like sweeping the dew off the top of plants using this little Holtzman field that drains the water up into, and like, not only did the animation team and the effects team nail that, and the audio team got all of that works, but it's also like the back end, the time of day, checking when the dew harvest time is optimal, feeling like, and it's so satisfying to be out there like 10 minutes before the sun comes up, and you're filling just liter johns full of water because you understood the game system and you understood the timing. All of those things come together to create an experience that I think for me it's just like, you can't have this experience in any game.
Twitch chat learns that people have accents.
And to me, that's
more
the
news
most
at
precious
11.
thing, right? Like I feel like it's so good when all those things come together. Like as a developer, that's just the most rewarding stuff, right?
Can we
And-
get a
and it
Dune
feels
channel
good.
in
It
Discord?
doesn't-
Yes.
I don't really care if
Mods,
anyone
go
else
ahead and
likes
create
it.
a
Because I
Dune
love it so
Awakening
much.
section
No, because I think it really nails it, right? Like I
for
can't
Discord.
speak
The
more
preciousness
highly
of
of how
water
cool
in
that
Dune.
works, right?
Totally
And
get it.
shout out
God,
to the
we
team
need
who
to
worked
clean
on
up
it
our
and everyone who
Discord.
did their part.
100%. No, I
Because
get
ready.
that.
Because games are made by teams, right?
To
That's the
refine
other thing.
spice.
Yes, absolutely. So we actually made it now to the quartermaster, and we are
So we're going to deliver
delivered the
spice.
Yes.
Try to win the Lansrad. Okay, so these
Took a while
guys,
to get back.
these guys ask you, you know, so you because you're sort of you're a minor house or a minor house under the umbrella of the Atreides, you deliver Lansrad bribes to the quartermasters of the Atreides, and they make sure they get where they're supposed to go. So now we're delivering for House Alexan, we're delivering spice, and the House Alexan are a part of the manufacturing unit, which is where they, and so we're delivering 500 spice melange, and then they're going to make sure that it reaches them, and then that will, in a moment, change the Lansrad. So you can see how you have an impact now. So Lansrad is there under the social tab. This board refreshes every so often, so it's been a few seconds since the last refresh. Now we should be able to see our borders refresh with a certain amount of spice. Oh, we didn't go to Alexan. You're on the wrong one. You need to go to Alexan. It's in the middle.
The middle.
Yes, and then we can see that we've delivered some spice, and the goal amount has gone up. So that you can see that we've increased our goal amount with House Alexan there.
So we've worked towards.
Yes.
gaining
So we haven't
favor.
worked like once
64,000 more to
once
go.
we hit 70,000 points, and we can do any of these activities to earn points, like the control point. We can
claim those,
Yeah,
yeah,
we can
those
deliver
fields.
spice melange. But once we've done enough to earn that center square, then it'll flip to be Atreides and say that we've claimed it for the week.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's.
Great.
Nice.
So that was a little bit of a glimpse of what mid and end game can look like. Obviously, that totally depends on what you like to play and how you like to play. There's quite a lot of options. We showed you a few of them, an approach of what can be done.
We're also jamming like dozens of hours of gameplay into like a very quick
Yes,
presentation.
100%. Like this is very like preparation is everything, which is of course true for the game specifically as well. But before we dive into the Q&A, we are gonna take a quick look at the Mentats.
So then, you're not quite dead.
Great plot.
Developed out of the need to replace thinking machines, the Mentats, trained on the principles of philosopher Gilbertus Albans, became one of the most important people in the Imperium. Able to calculate immense amounts of data and devise complex strategies, they are the most advanced tacticians on the battlefield. Combined with advanced assassination and combat technology, you will be able to think many steps ahead of your enemies. With a significantly higher cognition, as a Mentat, you can calculate trajectories and weapon handling to find weak points in an opponent's defense, or even guide the calculations of an external sentinel turret to assist you with extra firepower. Focusing on strategic control over raw strength, a Mentat is an expert in assassination technology, using poison capsules to trap enemies in a cloud of death. Or when out of sight, send in a hunter-seeker before the enemy has even noticed your presence. For tactical advantage, the Mentats have devised further development of Imperial technology, such as the shield wall for extra protection. And to fool simple-minded enemies, a projection of yourself will confuse and scatter their focus. Throughout the dunes of Arrakis, any school can be trained and improved by masters, increasing your mental capacity and further advancing.
I'll probably
your
just be something
tactical
simple like a
technology
trooper.
will let you hold the strategic advantage in any situation. But to reach the highest tactical operation, adopting other schools of thought will increase your mental complexity, opening up further possibilities. Focus your mind and calculate each step forward to find the optimal probability for your survival on Arrakis.
Nice.
All right, and we are back for our Q&A. So our wizards behind the screens and behind the cameras are gonna throw up questions that have been collected. They're ready now. I was the Smithel. Fantastic.
Before anybody asks any questions, though, I just want to make a reveal of my own.
What?
Special toe shoes today for everybody's.
They look really cool, though.
They are cool.
But it also looks a bit like Hobbit feet, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like, at least close up, Chad. So it's good to
Why, dude?
have it's good to have
Not
close
for all
ups.
the money in the world.
From what I
He's showing
understand, they're
his
very healthy,
grippers
very
for
better
free.
than actual normal shoes, so.
Yep.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
I started wearing them 10 years ago and I'm still
Still
fat,
not
so I
sold.
don't know. Maybe
Super
they're,
healthy.
Maybe they're not working out.
Well, your feet are very healthy.
My
Let's go
feet
there.
are massively
Yeah,
healthy.
super
Sorry, all
healthy.
right. Enough distraction. I apologize.
No, you don't
Just
have to.
the toe reveal was
You
important
don't have
to me.
to. We wouldn't want you any other way, Joel. All right. Rui's probably going to kill me now.
Yeah.
All right.
We want him every other way.
Every other way. No. It's all good. Like, it's also, you guys make a really nice, you complement each other really well.
I've got
Scott is-
pants. He doesn't have pants.
Exactly. He has toe shoes. You actually wear socks as well. So it's just like, it's a whole balance.
Stop
thing.
wiggling your toes.
All right. All right. While we still wait on the questions, they're still collecting some of them.
Nobody has
give
any
them a little
questions.
bit of. Maybe no one has
We've
questions.
answered
Perfect.
every possible question
I
people
wish.
could have.
I have
I
many
wish.
questions,
Like,
but not about the game.
That's kind of both the blessings and the blessing and the challenge of Dune Awakening. I think it's just. It's so.
Is it bad I want those,
it
though,
has so
Chat?
many aspects.
Like, I
of
want
different
those.
things, that we really tried to put together and
I want
give
them.
people a try and understand.
Were you
so.
there when I was like presenting to the press about the game and I was calling Funcom morons for taking
Yes, of course I was
Yes,
there.
yeah.
I was
was
expecting
fun.
headlines.
I-
We
we
didn't
take
get a
a lot of
single
risks.
headlines.
Yes.
We didn't get a single headlines like that.
Yeah.
Funcoms are morons.
Well,
Chief Creative Director says.
well, we are like we keep trying to, like it's one of the things that I love about working here. Is like they let me do crazy stuff.
Yeah.
They let me try and do
Like
weird
toe
shit.
shoes?
Like
I mean-
it's like you could work somewhere where you're doing the same game every year. Speaking of reskins, like and you're making the exact same thing and you're within this box and it's like and like I do like that we're allowed to push beyond those things,
I
right? And
agree.
try harder to do something different. And yeah, it comes with a little bit of jank, but man, I don't know. I feel like it's like the
I agree though. I think one thing you can't say about us is that we like it easy.
no, exactly.
like-
We're morons. We make it hard for ourselves every time.
It's what we were talking about at the beginning, right? We make unique games, right? We take risks.
Oh, thank God. They're gone.
Sometimes it means that we make divisive decisions, but I think that's what was great about the beta, right? Is like people got to see what the true experience was. Oh, and here is.
Exactly. So we're ready actually for the questions. So is that Lopil 125? Is the exchange global or per server?
It is per world. So the world is what we call a container of all the Haga Basin that you will play and interact with, right? So there are hundreds of worlds, so it is not global.
Yeah, it is one deep desert per world,
Yeah.
2 social hubs per world, and then many Haga basins per world, and that is what we call a world. And yeah, as Scott says, at launch there are hundreds of worlds to choose from, right? And within each world there's many Haga basins to choose from.
Right.
Yep.
All right. And Speak asks, are the overland map dungeons instanced per player? Can you do them as a group, or are they open like the social hubs?
The answer is that they are not instanced for a group. They are per player.
Bring back the
and they're not
toes.
open like the social
I missed
hubs.
them.
They are instanced, though.
Yes, they are
To a
instanced.
limit.
I missed them.
So several people in the same world can be doing the same, like
Yeah,
the
single.
water fat
Yeah.
engine, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which are kind of our only instant content in that way,
Yes.
in that
Yes.
sense.
Yep. Correct.
Charlie Foxtrot TV asks, how do the different circuits work?
Oh, they basically isolate resources so that they can only be used if they're on that circuit. And then you can set a circuit for the, it's a little bit hard in the UI, but you can set like a machine's input and output circuit that way. And so that's kind of the extent with it.
Like draw from this storage, deliver to this storage when you're finished, right? Like and that's
basically
this group of connected items.
Yeah, exactly. And you can set a certain number of storages per circuit, and so yes, that's basically it.
Kriegsdrachen asks, how will they ensure balance between Harkonnen and Atreides?
There are systems. I think I talked about this in that other.
You just mentioned as well as like we have, but
we
he
have
didn't
some
want to
systems,
spoil
but I'm
it,
not going
which
to
we
talk
should
too much
exactly.
and then when we introduce a third faction, which we are planning to, it will also have a role in that balance. But that's basically what I can say right now. But ensure is very hard. Like it's very hard to like be 100% certain because, when you give players choice, they choose. And so you can't guarantee that it's going to be 100%, not 100% people on Atreides on a world. But I think we have pretty good systems in place to make sure that at least feels like it balances itself out pretty well.
Yes, and the deep desert is not Atreides versus Harkonnen.
Yes.
It is every person for themselves, right? So even if Harkonnen are kind of dominating a server or they're 60-40, they're going to be fighting themselves in the deep desert as well.
And that's actually something I forgot to mention when we were talking about the Landsrad. Like the Landsrad, you can see the different within the factions who the top guilds are and who contributed the most. Because a part of the Dune thing is that like it isn't that like everybody in Atreides is a monolith. It's actually like people want the Duke's attention. So they want to be further up, and the same with the Harkonnen, right? Like I want the Baron to, witness me, so I'm trying to get to the top of the list of guilds. So there should be inter-guild competition, even within the factions. So they overall are working towards the common goal of the Landsrad, but they're trying to beat each other to be the best in the Landsrad. So they have the most voting power, they get the rewards, etc.
Yeah, especially also because like one Atreides guild might be focused on PvP, the other one might be super opposed to PvP.
Yep.
So they definitely don't want the PvP guild to like get, we want full PvP. So they will, work against them and like, we want to be top because we want to have more say in which decree
full
we actually want to have next week.
Yeah, like exactly.
So
we now pass an order.
Want the
PvP is everywhere at all times, forever,
even within the factions.
Yes, exactly.
So, good question.
Cypher asks, can our bases get raided?
So not in Hogga Basin. They will be safe in Hogga Basin. In the deep deserts, it's a bit different.
Yeah, in the PvE section of the deep desert, no.
Yeah.
But in the PvP section of the deep desert, there is a mechanism by which bases have a vulnerability window where they can be raided. It is a very short vulnerability window, and again, I would point to the lore of the Dune universe. So I'm sorry for everybody who hasn't read the books and doesn't know a way in which shields can go down for a brief period of time. But it is worth looking into because then you'll understand exactly how the mechanics can work. And I know I'm being needlessly cryptic, but I'm sure there's people spamming in the chat about it already.
Let them figure it out. Altman Alchemist, if I don't take the mission to talk with House Atreides,
can my base be raided while I'm offline? That's the real question.
Will I be content locked as far as progressing, sorry.
No,
the main story and the ability to craft.
No.
Yeah, no. The story, while it involves House Atreides and the Harkonnen, it is not about that. It's about you and your role on Dune.
It's your quest to find the Fremen and wake the sleeper, right? Yeah. So the main story follows that. What we were talking about and what we were showing earlier with the different faction unlocks, like in terms of the visuals and those things, you're locked out of if you don't want to join a faction.
But those are pure vanity.
But they're pure vanity, right?
No mechanics.
But yeah, you can't. But one thing you cannot join the Landsrad unless you have aligned yourself with a faction. Your guild must be aligned with a faction to participate in the Landsrad. That is the one hard requirement that I think faction alignment has in the game. That's it. Otherwise, you can do all the content without joining Atreides or Harkonnen.
I also think when it comes to progressing, during the beta weekend, you were still very much in the tutorialization part of the game, right?
Yeah.
So I know that some players were like, whoa, this is very linear and things. But the thing is, things open up quite more once you're past that tutorialization section as well. So you won't be actually locked progressing when it comes to crafting or where you spend your points.
Yeah, and in the opening
Intel points specifically.
In the opening of the game, after character creation, you actually get a choice as to whether you want to play with an unlocked tech tree or a locked tech tree. The reason we put that there is so that people who are advanced survival players or people who've played Dune before can just go, okay, I want the unlocked tech tree, I know what I'm doing. But I recommend, and we recommend, that the locked tech tree is for people who are playing the game for the first time, and really, like, because there are so many, we've been talking about it a lot today, there are so many mechanics that are just kind of Dune mechanics that we want people to learn, and we need to teach them. And it's going to be hard for you to know what to do. Like, you don't know about dew reaping and times of day when you should be out harvesting dew unless you follow the tutorials that we put in place for that, right? So it's just that.
Or that you need to go to shipwrecks to craft better weapons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Koopa is asking, is there a level cap
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe we're at 200
Yeah.
currently?
currently.
But you can respec.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's, I believe it's on a 48-hour
Mm-hmm.
cycle. So even if you cap out and you play something and you decide you don't like it, you can switch to something else.
And there's a point where you run out of, like, you stop getting unlock points for your tech tree, intel points. And then we have a mechanic in the game for you to go around and unlock more intel points by going to bases in the world, like enemy bases and outposts. So there's a level cap that puts a stop to some of those progression things, and then the next step from there is for you to go and explore more and enjoy the game more.
Because we do want you to make some choices, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Also, like, I mean, there's different level and skill point caps, right? Because you have a character level, you have skill points, and you have intel points. So
Yes.
there's like 3 different
Yes.
caps that you
Yeah,
particularly
exactly.
hit. K69N is asking, is it possible to lose all your gear in PvP?
So not in PvP in the base level. In the deep desert, you lose resources that you're carrying, Solari and Spice, and you take durability damage to some of your gear. Right, that's what happens every time you die, PvE or PvP. But if there's a specific decree from the Landsrad which enables full loot PvP in the deep desert for 1 week, then that's the only time in the game where you can lose all your gear in PvP. That's it.
Or if you're fighting in the sand and a sandworm comes and eats you.
Yeah, sure.
If you
I
try
guess
to
you
fight
can
the
lose all your gear in
sandworm,
PvP, but
yeah.
we count the. Is the sandworm PvP really?
You know.
It's more like PvE, but yes, 100%.
Wolfie1974, are we going to be able to get blueprints that devs made of their bases?
Oh, the Tor Eagle presents.
Exactly, this is Tor Eagle presents. That's actually very cool. I love that idea. That's actually a very cool
Maybe we can fill
idea.
up some vendors post-launch with some of our
I was just,
cremates. Maybe, we'll
I
see.
was just about to say I don't think players should actually pay for them per se, but we should, or maybe they need to. I don't know.
You don't want copies of my
I mean,
bases.
you shouldn't know. No, actually, let me rephrase that. We shouldn't have a dev sell those items in game, but we can sell it via NPC.
Sure, yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
yeah.
I meant, right?
Maybe we can put a vendor or something
That'd
like
be
that.
cool, yeah, like you
Yeah,
mentioned.
maybe a vendor in the world can sell some blueprints.
You see, like, Tor Eagle bases
Toregel's
everywhere.
the guy. Toregel's the builder among us. Mine would just be no one
Mine
wants,
are boxes.
No one wants to see
Yeah.
my. I'm the guy who tests T2P
New dog houses.
TTP every time.
Yes.
So
I'm sure we're gonna have players who make fantastic.
I'm gonna make a box.
Okay, Quintinovich is asking, will GeForce now be in Dune Awakening?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's
I have no idea.
discussions going on.
There's
at least.
discussions. I can't remember what the last is, but people are looking at it. Yeah.
I don't have Slack open, otherwise you could check.
GeForce
Someone
Now
was
is
just, like
the
hammering
streaming
messages
service, right?
to me
Yeah,
online.
so
It's like
the question, I guess, would be, will Dune Awakening be on GeForce Now for streaming?
Yes, that's what I
Yep.
interpreted.
I don't
as
know
well.
the answer. I'm sorry, but Scott.
Yeah, I don't think I have an official answer, but I believe so. But yeah.
Helping Hans, how do you balance the council wins? If one side gets unique weapons, won't that side have a better chance to win the next vote down the line?
Not
Yes.
necessarily, because the tasks for the Landsrad are pulled from, so there's 25 tasks per week, and there's a pool of 400 tasks that can potentially show up. So you, first of all, don't necessarily know what's going to be there. Unique weapons doesn't actually influence everything. Some of the tasks are kill tasks. You don't know which tasks are going to be revealed first. You also have to bribe Landsrad envoys with spice to reveal tasks. And if your faction does it before the other faction, you'll see, okay, we need to do this. So you might just get ahead because you had more spice or whatever. It's not going to come down to unique weapons. Absolutely not. That's not going to be the thing that means that one side gets a sudden landslide kind of advantage. So
Little do
I
they
think
know.
the best way to answer that, I think, from my perspective.
I think that's a great answer.
Here's
too,
the
and I
real
think it just goes
question: What
again
if one
into
side?
people
What
are
if
a little
on
too
your
afraid
world that you
everything
decided
is
to
about
roll
PvP and
on,
fighting, Endgame, and that's
everybody is
absolutely not the
Atreides
case. And hopefully we
or Harkonnen, and it's like an
explain that
80-20
on the
split,
game as
and
well
you
for
have
people to
no
feel a bit
fucking
more,
hope?
like,
Can you switch worlds?
or disappointed, depending.
Or are you just stuck on a
Dr.
horde
Evil
world
Eye,
as an
is
alliance
there any
player?
content or materials that are hidden behind PvP, meaning that the only way to obtain that item gear material is to risk losing to large guilds?
I wouldn't
Those
say
are
hidden, but yeah, like you can. The Deep Desert, which we just explained, is a place where tier 6 gear is, like items and materials for crafting those things. You need to go there to get those things. You can buy them off the exchange. You can trade for them with other people. But yes, you have to go to that place in order to get those things. And there is a risk of people attacking you when you're in that place. We tried to explain that this is a very large place. It's not going to be possible for a guild to cover the entire space. It's just not going to be possible.
Yeah. I think guild limit's 32.
The guild limit is 32
Yeah,
people.
yeah. So 1 per kilometer,
Yeah.
maybe, if they stretch
Yeah,
across.
they'd have to stretch all the way across, and even then, I think there's all kinds of
Yeah,
tactics
yeah,
and
yeah.
ways to draw them off, and I don't think it's going to be a problem.
There are potentially hundreds and hundreds of people that can be in the deep desert,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So one guild would be outnumbered by 100 people.
Again, if you want to rat, you can rat.
Yeah.
Like there's options, right?
And also, like the tier 6 gear isn't required for the story or
Yeah.
for anything that's having to do with
Yeah.
Honka Basin, right?
It's-
It's sort of just the deep desert loop.
But we can't tell people that they can't get to the top number go up because they really people always want that. So
Yeah.
so it's
There are
even
other
though,
ways to get it.
even though it's not required, you I know people are going to want it.
I feel like it makes sense though, because those people who really care about the highest level tier are probably the PvPers, and they want to be in the deep desert in the first place. So I feel like it's kind of a natural balance there too. in that
Hopefully,
way.
we also have I think there's this weird. I speak to a lot of people in our closed beta and our Discord, right? And I see that like there's people who kind of assume that everybody who is a guild in PvP is going to be this toxic, sweaty kind of. And I think it's going to be the opposite. I think we're going to have the good guy guilds who are out there actually protecting people and like helping people out. I've seen it in the beta already. People, I got lost in the desert, help, and people would come and help them, give them rides home, like give them more gear. I've seen people in the beta like just give other people an ornithopter when they lost one because of a bug that was in the game from our end. They're like, "Oh, do you want an ornithopter? I have a spare one." Right? It's great to see, and I think that people worry too much about toxicity. Hopefully, we'll keep track of it, of course, but it should be fine.
And you have one player for the entire world,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you are your name, right?
Sweet
So you have
summer
some
child.
certification.
Yeah, exactly. There's that as well.
Yeah, as a callback to more old school MMOs that I grew up with, like EverQuest and all those. But anyway, so we have 2 more questions.
Oh,
14 is
boy.
asking, do you need a sync chart for each person in your guild?
Yes. You need to create a sync chart. For
I have
every
been
person
on the
who's going
internet
to want
long
to reveal
enough.
those
Do
things.
not
They're
underestimate
single-use items.
Yeah, they're single.
the
use
level
items.
of pettiness
Once you've
that
created them.
players will sink to in a PvP
And
game.
last questions. Neo Valkyrion can transport ornithopters.
Some
carry
gamers
other
have the mindset,
ornithopters.
Yes, they can.
I don't have to win.
Can indeed. I was playing.
I
it
just need
earlier.
to
I was
make you
flying around
lose.
Carrying a medium ornithopter
Yes,
with
they
my
can pick
transport
up pretty
and
much
assault.
anything.
Yeah.
And
Well,
again, they have
anything
passengers
vehicular.
too.
Yes, vehicular. Can't pick up people
No.
unless they're.
Inside.
They're sitting inside a vehicle. All right. So that was it with the questions for today, and also for our last developer stream before
Exciting.
Head Start and the official release. I'm like still like how. Okay, so
It's like 7
how
days,
do
8
you
days.
how do you boys feel, gents?
Me
How do you
first?
feel?
Go, Scott.
Pretty good, right?
Pretty good?
So beta went really well from
Yeah.
our perspective. The tech was stable, and that's what we're always worried about. Because we knew the game was pretty good, or we thought the game was
We
really
think
good,
so,
right?
yeah.
And all the tests we had run showed that. But we were a little fearful, that tech would hold, and it went really, really well with the closed-ish beta, right? The weekend, the server crash rate was low, the client crash rate was within our acceptable tolerance, and we're fixing most of the issues that we found. So cautiously optimistic, right? Incredibly excited to show the entire game, and so yeah.
Yeah.
See reactions.
But the last week is always
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Clinch.
it's 5 years of your life, right? And it's like I think that's the thing that I think is like what I'm not sure people understand. It's like when you've been living and breathing this kind of thing for 5 years, and then like you see the game industry is volatile.
Yeah.
Things don't go well for people. We have a team of, that I love to work with. We have a team of great people that we've built over the last years. And it's like it isn't about like success in the sense of like, I just want to say that it is a game that I think is great, right? And I've played it and I kind of know that it has a lot going on, right? And I think it works well. And from the beta, we got some confirmation of that. But I want my team to be together making games for a long time, right? So for me, this is like I'm nervous about that, right? Like the gaming industry is not a safe place anymore, right? It's not easy to guess what's going to be successful. I mean, I'm watching things and like you see things that are fantastic from small teams going great, like and there's been some fantastic games this year and games that you wouldn't have predicted coming out of nowhere, like Schedule 1 is a great one, but also like Claire Obscura, I'd heard of it, but I hadn't heard of it until really it blew up. And so you see these games, these huge successes. So I think it's like, you don't want to have the arrogance to think that you could be among that, but you hope. And that's kind of where I'm at least. I'm hoping we strike a vibe. I'm hoping that all the decisions that we made, and there's 10,000 decisions on a gaming project, right? There's 10,000 decisions, and every one of them is about moving towards a goal, right? Towards a vision, a creative vision, a vision of a universe, a vision that a guy created in 1963 when he wrote a book, right? And that's, I don't know, like I'm extremely nervous, but that's what we're trying to get to, right? And that's, I hope what people feel when they play the game is, yeah, okay, you nailed it, right? Like that's what we want.
And I feel like we've made an amazing Dune game, right?
Yeah.
And it's the first where you're walking right on Arrakis. You're experiencing Paul's journey.
We're skipping 2001's Frank Herbert's Dune,
sure. But for me, right, in a modern sense anyway. So it's and we have a story we want to tell. People saw a really short glimpse of it in the beta, but there's so much more going through the rest of Act 1 and Act 2, right? Playing through that. And there's this long story that we want to tell over the, Lex, you said 10 years, right, on the thing, so I'm seeing that. So we have a long story. We want to continue releasing updates, every 3-4 months with additions to that story, in addition to the DLCs that we're going to come out. So when you buy the game, you're getting everything here right now, plus all the story content that we'll continue to release over the next years. We're excited. It's a lot of pressure, but we'll do fine.
There's no guarantees in Love and War, but you know what? I'll say this for the record. I'm really proud of our team and what they've done. And like, no matter what happens, all of them can hold their heads up high because they have worked really hard to bring this to fruition.
Absolutely. Shout out to our teams, the many, many teams that work on this game with all different departments.
Every department.
And absolutely, it's a beast of a game. I think we can say that.
Yeah.
And I'm actually getting goosebumps now. I'm sorry. I'm actually getting goosebumps. I'm sorry. Yeah. Anyway, but I think that's a wonderful note to end this last developer stream.
Yeah.
Yep.
On for before Head Start and release. One thing we can actually say is that you will be able to upgrade your editions on the 10th of January. So there will be an option.
10th of June, I
10th of, sorry, June. Oh my God. I just, that
January.
I just completely
We can do it now.
Oh well.
Congratulations.
Anyway, pro here, right? Yes, so 10th of June, when the game goes into full release, you will be able to upgrade your editions. Should you want to do that, there will be options on Steam.
Oh, thank God, they're launching it at like 8 a.m., not
Scott
like
and
the ass
Joel
crack
for being
of
here during
night.
out of your busy schedules.
Love that.
We really appreciate it, talking to us. And we'll have a last trailer. And with that, I thank everyone for watching and joining us today. And hopefully, you'll enjoy what's coming your way.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, see you on Thursday.
Yeah. Cheers.
Hell yeah.
So then, you're not quite dead.
Well, that was a good showcase.
Plots are afoot in the Imperium. And
That was a
currents
good
of
showcase,
intrigue
chat.
run deeply.
I'm excited.
You will go to Arrakis as our agent. You have one task. Find the Fremen. Wake the sleeper.
You were sighted fleeing the scene of a terrible crash. Who are you?
You've heard the expression, the spice must flow. I am the man who ensures that it continues to do so.
I dreamed of you. Burst in fire. Twin comets in the sky. The seer of lies. I am terrified of what happens when you awaken.
We've all lost our way. You can complete the mission.
It says June 10th, but we're starting on the 5th, chat. I hope y'all are ready.
Every person carries their past with them. Who are you?
Oh, yeah. All right, chat. That will bring an end to the sponsored segment of the stream. Thanks, everybody, for watching. That was a pretty long segment. That was a pretty long segment, but thanks for hanging out and watching. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, chat. All right. And now we have one second here. There was a new game, chat, that came out today that I want to try out. There's a new game that came out that I want to try. It looks pretty cool. It's called As We Descend. Came out today. So let's download it and give it a look. As we descend. Let's take a look at this game, chat. Let's take a look at it, shall we? see here. Where are we at? Let me just send this over. 1 second. All right. Let's see here. As We Descend is intended to be a challenging game. Any given run may seem hopeless at times, but should you learn from mistakes and persevere, you might just descend to the core. This game is in early access, which means we're still realizing the full potential of the game and adding content. As We Descend is designed for early access, and we look forward to integrating your feedback into the plans of this game. This game with many interwoven parts, feedback helps. Cool. Accept. So let's try this game out. I don't know how to describe As We Descend. I really don't. But we're gonna descend. Any plan of playing Tainted Grail? No. I'm good on those type of games. Angry Arab 95, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Pogs for Logs, thanks for subbing. Spiky Jack, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. So let's see what we got here. Ascension level, run vault, charges up empowered perk for this unit. Run vault. You know, let's just jump in, dude. I don't know what we're really getting into here. I don't know if they're gonna give me a tutorial, if they're just gonna send me in. Perform actions in the city. Drop cards into locations. The summons. A command bearing a blood red seal of Troika. You would be wise to go. Answer the summons. Before you stands Lord Attendant, High Steward of the Missives and Speaker for the Troika Regency. This cycle brings mixed tidings. The force field has drained and the vault's city energy was abandoned. The commoners whisper of end times, but no, that means that Ava will fulfill the prophecy and may the machine god bring us to the haven. You, the Troika Council, has been decided. You are granted the title of Warden of the Wall, and you will retrieve the parts to restore energy to the city. I'm ready to go. Cool. I got a reactor rod. Take your forces and expedition party. Bring them to the rally point to depart and find the reactor part. Alright. I bequeath you these envoys. Expedition force. Send your forces along with 5 scavengers to scavenge resources. Envoy. Collect and leave. Alright. Locations work differently depending on the type of card used. Certain cards can only be dropped into certain locations. City cards don't cost anything to play. Your expedition force and envoy cards will return after each cycle. Okay. Deploy and embark beyond. Seat of power. Send an envoy to investigate. Search for resources. Force field generator. All right. So we got a couple of force field generators here. Send someone to talk in the city. I guess we'll send you over there. Venereal light, the embers glow. Your envoy gets stuck in a side alley. This glowing darkness would surely be dispelled should you restore the power to the city. Given their predicament, they might as well scrounge up something. A light glimmers to the left and a noise catches their attention to the right. Seek the light. Gain 1 favor. Favor gained by helping those in the city and kept between battles, used to play in special combat actions. Dismiss this location means that the location goes away if you make this event choice. So we have money or faith. I'll take some faith. Or favor. Cool. An elder leads a prayer in the dark. Your ally lends to their faith. Alright, so now I have 1 favor. And it looks like I can have a maximum of 10 favor. Alright. City must be repowered first. Alright, so we got a rally point. Let's deploy an expedition. P. Flair, thanks for the prime. Appreciate that. Lucas, thank you for the prime. Scavengers take out a map with pins of nearby objectives. They trust you to choose a destination, and they'll need you to protect them from the hazards outside the safety of the walls. Remember, the Lord Attendant said to retrieve the reactor rod. Accept their favor and choose a destination to depart. Alright. Well, I guess we'll take them on over to the reactor rod here. We kind of need to do that. Skittering foes. Scaler. Enemies will scale quickly in power as battle wears on. Attack bonus. Increased attack power. Alright. Your forces. Vanguard. We have a battle deck here. We only have the 1 unit. Deploy for battle. Alright. Move intent will move to the other zone. Move intent will move to the other zone. Guard zone. Units in the guard zone are prioritized by enemies with standard attacks. Okay. Guard zone auto action must be in guard zone to auto perform. Empowered stagger. Empower the vanguard to increase stagger values and add stagger. Let's see what we got here. We got alacrity. Rune. Use to discard a card from the hand and draw a new one. You start the battle with 3 and it persists between turns. So gain 1 rune, draw 2. Let me move my panda like right here. Runic Recycler. Toss a card here to discard it and draw another. Costs 1 rune. Rune is carried between rounds. Okay. This uses favor. We have empower. Apply empowered 1 to a friendly, improving it for the rest of the battle. Apply 4 barrier. Deal 4 damage and inflict 4 stagger. Okay. So we can do some damage here. We can also give ourselves some barrier. So we'll give ourselves a little bit of barrier. You retain 50% of it between turns. And then we'll run in, we'll hit him. Run in, we'll hit him again. And you know what? I'll save my stuff. Tip, Vanguard auto attack. This unit requires guard zone to use their auto attack. Use reposition to switch from support zone to guard zone. You can see enemy intents, allowing you to plan around their actions. When you end the turn, the enemy will perform its intended action. This enemy intends to do a standard attack, which can reach your units even in the support zone. You can barrier to absorb expected damage. You can also stagger the enemy for a chance to interrupt them before they attack. So it looks like this area right here, this darker area, is the support zone, whereas this one is the sort of guarding zone. Looks like that's going to be the same for the enemy. They've got a forward area and a back area. Buff intent will apply a beneficial effect, and they are going to do 8 damage. So let's go ahead and reposition them up front. And I guess we'll go ahead and give them some barrier here. And we'll do some damage to you. Oh, we actually staggered him. The enemy has become staggered. You can target its weak points for critical damage. All right. Oh, we don't have any more attacks, so we'll end our turn. But we got a crit because we're in the guard zone. So the staggered, recovering intent will break free from the stagger. So staggered lasts an additional turn. Okay, now we have a couple more abilities. We have Shield Slam. Deal 9 damage and apply 2 Dizzy. Dizzy. Receives 1.5 stagger, counts down each turn. Alright. Guard bonus. When this unit is in guard bonus, this effect will trigger. So you have to be in guard zone in order to apply the 2 Dizzy. Alright. And how much damage does this do? Just 4. Let's go ahead and shield slam you. Might be a little bit of a waste, but we get them out. And then I don't know if damage carries over, so we'll just do a little bit of a barrier and it should be good there. We'll take 1 damage. Now let's see what they're doing. They're gonna try and buff again. All right, didn't get what I wanted. All right, now we've got a stagger, a hit. And a shield slam. Probably could have used my favor in that fight, but hey. Expedition victory. Select resource sites, spending scavengers. Okay, so we have this exposed cache. We can grab that. That's ours. So we're jumping down in here. We got a couple options here. There's a minor growth. A small mass of corruption must be cleared by the scavengers first. It's likely to contain resources or a basic item. More likely to contain more faith than usual. This is a major growth down here. Large mass of corruption must be cleared. More likely to contain a rare inorganic item. Or risky. Success rate is equal to the scavengers over the risk level. If you fail to check that, the item is lost. Massive corruption must be cleared, and it is likely to contain a Mythian grade item. Well, let's go for the Mythian growth. Let's go big. I'm gonna take it that the skull is a bad thing. Well, didn't get anything else. Leave. You're about to skip rewards. You still have rewards left to scavenge. I do? Oh, there we go. actually take it. Well, tried. It is foretold the warden brings a radiant hope back to the city. The workers immediately restore critical power. This will give us access to the market plaza, along with adding a meager force field to our defenses. It would be wise to find more. Yet you mentioned trouble outside the walls. Terrors. Raise an eyebrow. Just some filthy molters. In that case, in case you run into anything bigger, we're sending you these imbued crossbows. A small squad of crossbows. Troopers file in. Cool. Let's take them. Take rewards, draft a new unit, and restore 20 shields. Force field. Protects your city by granting added health to the gate lantern. Nice. And now we've got a new unit that we can draft, which we have an arbalist. Empowered flurry. Empower the arbalist to increase the number of hits for its auto attack. Can be stacked once per squad member. They've got reposition, quick shot, and precision. Now all of them have reposition and quick shot, but then the bottom one is a little bit different. So we can do precision shot, which does 10 crit damage. Firebomb, which applies 5 burning. Or easy trigger, which gains flurry and also exerted 1. Flurry is multi-attacks gain extra hits. Exerted, this unit skips its auto action and cards cost 1 more. Pubert Adams, thanks for 7. Appreciate that. The Only Shizu, Agent Hugbert, and Recons, thanks for 7. I say let's take the Firebomb. Firebomb sounds nice. Bring them on in. I like that the mouse highlights the runes on there. We also have some force field now. Very nice. So we have a market plaza, which we can send an envoy to. Market shop, visit to reveal the mystery shop. Market plaza, anything could happen. What are y'all thinking, chat? Should we go to the market plaza or the market shop first? What are y'all feeling? And Dino, thanks for the 54 months. Appreciate that. Plaza. Anything can happen. You don't seem to be using that much. Perhaps I could buy it off of you. Forget this card for $12? Sure. I think. And then we've got another expedition. Oh, I didn't even realize there's stuff up here too. Research lost technology. Alright, so we've got another reactor rod. Unit limit 2. Let's go for that one. Symbiosis. Armor shred. Reduced armor. Negative armor increases damage taken. Counts down each turn. Splat. On death, vermin afflicts you with gunk. Nice. So let's grab a Vanguard. There we go. Now let's deploy for battle. Alright, so what are you gonna do? We'll give you an affliction card. Afflictions are removed after battle. Splat. On death, vermin afflicts you with 2 gunk. We have a lasher and an attack intent. Deal 3 damage, apply 5 burning. Let's go ahead and empower. You've just empowered one of your units. Its unique perk is charged up for the rest of the battle. Each unit has its own empowered perk. Activate different perks to turn the battle into your favor. Increase the number of hits for its auto attack. Gotcha. The empowered increases the amount of stagger. All right, let's throw in a firebomb onto you. Get some burning going. You're gonna attack a random unit, so I could shield both. And the health actually does continue over. If you'll notice here, I'm missing 1 HP. That's from the previous battle. So I don't know who that's gonna hit, so we'll just shield both of them and call that a round. Standard targeting. Standard attacks can reach your units even in the support zone. Guarding. This enemy is now guarding because it is in the guard zone. Units with standard attacks must hit the guarding enemies first. Okay, so let's reposition our guards up forward. And now you're going to do 7 damage. And you're also going to do damage. These are standard attacks. So y'all are going to take a lot of damage here. So I think we go ahead and give you 2 barriers. And then we'll do a bash there. All right. So this guy's going to move forward, and then he's going to do another 7 damage. Now, I think we can actually do a shield slam here. There we go. So now it's staggered. Then we'll do a quick shot. Awesome. And now it's dead. So now you're gonna do 8 damage. We have some armor shred on ourselves. Gunk. Play gunk to banish. Can also be recycled. Okay. So let's just go ahead and double shield here. And then we'll just do some shots. There we go. Another quick shot. Beautiful. Expedition victory. Alright, so we got our reactor core. Hazardous nodes have a much lower chance of success. If you fail to check, the item is lost. Alright, I say do we go big again, chat? Let's go big again. Nice. Computation chip. A delicate metal chip. It must have been crafted with impossibly fine tools. Got whatever that is. You just got an item card. Trade this item in the city for rewards. All right. And we got 20 more barrier. The force field is slowly pieced back together, staving off the miasma and beast alike. There we go. Unknown locale. Meet this character to find out more. Lantern Researcher offers a simple conundrum. Upgrade the lantern card to its enhanced form. Forget a lantern card. Take item and leave. Let's enhance. So the lantern. I can upgrade the barrier. I can upgrade Empower. I can upgrade Alacrity. Upgrade a unit combat card. Okay. Guess we'll upgrade a barrier. I don't know if that was really worth it. Just one little barrier. So that modifies a lantern card. Market Plaza is a chance encounter. Play an expedition. Cool. So it looks like we go to the next cycle now. We're out of cards. Cycle 1 has ended. All right. Your old mentor is hammering away at a red-hot copper plate. Looks like you've seen better days. That council truly has some wild ideas. Still, I knew he taught you well, and you'd survive. Draft a new combat card. So, the Arbalist can draft dodge back. Apply fleeting armor 2 to a friendly unit. If it's a unit move to a support zone. Fleeting armor is increased armor clears after this turn. Okay, so we have temp armor. Fixation. Your units prioritize attacking this target when possible. Last until fixation is applied to a new target. Gain critical aim 2. This has 2.0 attack power against weak spots. Or the Vanguard. Deal 4 damage if the enemy intends to attack. Also inflict 16 stagger. Love counter hit. That looks awesome. What we got here? Innkeeper's Blessing. Your units have been healed by the Innkeeper's Blessing at the beginning of this cycle. Make sure to stop by for a drink and give your men some additional rest. All right. So now let's go to the market shop. Let's see what we got here. What can I buy? I can buy favor. What is this? Draft new tech. Draft a new technology. Choose one option to acquire. Upgrade a lantern card. Bandages. Miracle of Ava draft. Failure. Alright. Well, I tried. Choose a lantern card to upgrade to its enhanced form. Miracle of Ava. Draft a new Ava Miracle card. Potent single-use blessings from Ava. When drawn, immediately draw an extra card. Alright, well, let's try this. Power Overwhelming. Imply empowered equal to its squad size. Or Star Hammer. Star Hammer seems awesome. Let's grab that. We'll grab some bandages, because you never know. And I'll grab an upgrade too. And we'll upgrade another light barrier. Alright. Locations go on cooldown after certain event choices. Cooldowns count down when you end a cycle. Alright. So where else can I send an envoy? What happens if I come here? The Tasty Grub is a filthy establishment. Let's see. I can gain some favor. I can restore health. I guess I'll try and get some favor. Success. Alright, gain 3 favor. And now I've maxed out on favor. So now we know that you can rest at the tavern and get favor and health. We don't know what the old mentor does yet. All right, let's do an expedition. As a bustle at the rally point, the scavengers have halted. Something is emerging from the corruption. We dare not provoke it. Prepare. Shore up defenses around the city instead of venturing outside. Mandatory single use. Ready the defenses. Prepare the defenses. Ooh. We can send them to the forum to trigger a special event. Or we can go to our old mentor. Let's try the old mentor first. The old mentor with the ominous encroaching miasma on the horizon. Draft a new combat card for your units or spend one favor to choose which unit to teach. I'll teach a unit. Let's teach... Let's teach our vanguards. So vanguards can now gain fleeting armor 5. Apply fleeting armor 5 to a friendly, gain exerted 1. Apply 3 feeble and 3 dizzy. Apply fixation. Apply fleeting stagger to all friendlies. Has increased stagger values and inflicts added stagger on hits, clears after this churn. Dust bomb. Makes them take extra stagger and reduces their damage taken. Dust bomb seems pretty good. I'll grab that.
Dearest Bahroo, urgent news alert. Insert siren here. An escaped convict of short stature that can predict the future has escaped prison. Authorities are looking for a small medium at large.
I'll keep an eye out. Alright, so now we go to the next Bane attack wave. Spawner. Spawns additional minions. Attack intent siege. Will always hit your lantern. Pay the piper. Alright. Let's throw our units in. Play for battle. Alright, we'll perform a special action. Well, let's just hit him with the Star Hammer. That does 13 stun? Counts down each turn. Alright, well. He's having a bad time. Do a quick shot there. Oh, every time you hit him. Okay. End turn. Let's throw a firebomb on there. Hit him with a dust bomb. And we'll give you some barrier. Might as well do the counter hits, free extra damage. He's still having a bad time. Let's do some quick shots. And we'll just keep hitting him. The enemy is no longer staggered. For the next turn, it will be harder to stagger it. Dodgeable attack. Watch out. Certain attacks like guard break attack and lob attack will always miss when you have no units in that zone. So he intends to do 6 damage to me. Alright, well then let's reposition both of you. And then we'll throw another firebomb on. Missed. He intends to attack your siege your thing directly. Alright, killed him. Easy fight. The walls hold for now. It's grim work. The scavengers cut away the useful parts of the carcass. We have a corrupted core and an artifact fragment. Not sure what those are, but we have them. Awesome. We can now draft a new combat card. We've got preparation. Gain 2 runes and draw 1. Pin cushion, apply fixated, and also gain rapid flurry. I'll take pin cushion. Pin cushion seems nice. Alright. With a sudden influx of new artifacts into the guild, has reignited a spark. We can embrace curiosity and acquire an investigator, or embrace danger and acquire a brute. Ally stats. Your allies have 3 stats: strength, intelligence, and charisma. Higher stats improve the odds of successful events around the city. The brute has more strength but bad charisma. Or I guess they both have 1 charisma. This one has high intelligence. So high in or high strength? Negotiate. Let's take a brute. Junior member of the guild speaks up. This warden will lead us through. Behold. Alright, we gained ourselves a brute. Now we have a lot of cards to spend. We have a lot of things we can go do. We can also go on an expedition. Let's see what this artifact fragment does. Thank you for retrieving this precious relic. Yeah, but 1/2 needed to find the piece. Alright, I gained a favor. Awesome. Corrupted core. That goes to the council. Let's do an expedition. So let's grab... Let's grab another core. Flying. Receives only 0.5 damage from melee attacks unless staggered. Will always attack the lantern. Interesting. Deploy for battle. Okay, so you're gonna do 6 damage to the back end, and you're gonna attack the tower directly for 8 damage. Pretty yikes. Let's go ahead and do Alacrity here and draw 2 more cards. See what we got. So we have a counter hit here. Probably do the counter hit. I can counter hit to stagger one of these 2 here, right? Fixation. Apply fixation. Units prioritize attacking this target when possible. Lasts until fixation is applied to a new target. Auto attack becomes a multi-attack and gains extra hits. Clears after this turn. So let's put pin cushion onto you. That'll be your fixation. Let's do a counter hit on you, which will stagger you. Let's reposition the guards forward so that they can get an extra hit in. And then we've got quick shot, which we'll throw it into this. Probably should have thrown dust bomb on this first. And turn. So now that's staggered. We'll apply barrier, which will absorb incoming damage and recover from its stagger. All right. Dealing 1.5x damage. So we can actually kill that one. And what does empowering you do again? Increase the number of auto attacks. Power of the Vanguard, increase the stagger values. An added stagger on all on hits for all of your units by +1. And we'll empower you. And then I guess we'll give you a light barrier. So let's see what you're doing. You're gonna lob again. You're gonna do 6 damage. You've already got a little bit of barrier here. Let's go ahead and shield slam, which will apply dizzy, and then we'll just give you a light barrier. You'll be able to survive the entire attack. And now we attack this thing. Nice. Expedition victory. So now we've got our core. And let's go for this thing. Nice. So we have preparation, precision shot, or wild volley. Deal 5 times 4 hits, scatters randomly amongst the frontmost enemies. I mean, that seems pretty good. And then we got some cash. Hell yeah. There we go. Another reactor. Let's go ahead and repair that. Let's see what this corrupted core does. Rebels' correct monstrosities lay at the heart of the storm. Can draft a rare unit. Ooh. Now we got some big units here. We have a bombardier, a knight, or a zealot. Interesting. Attacker prioritizes guard enemy, requires guard zone, only usable when this unit is in the guard zone. He comes with 2 armor, so he is a thick boy. Bombardier is also here. Empower the bombardier to cause its auto attack to deal splash damage equal to 50% of the attack power. He's got signal shot. Deal 6 damage, add lockstep to your hand. Lockstep is ethereal and lets a unit switch zones. All right. Load the cannon. Gain fleeting attack 4. Shrapnel blast. Deal 3 damage and apply 6 rupture to all enemies. Rupture loses health when staggered. Added rupture to staggered enemies also causes health loss equal to the amount added. Then we've got armored advance. Move a unit to the guard zone and apply 1 fleeting armor. Intercept. Initiative. Deal 6 damage and inflict 12 stagger. Blazing blade. Next attack applies burning equal to the damage dealt. Or you've got the zealot, which switches unit zone, then move the zealot to that zone. Hack and slash. Deal 3 times 2 damage, hits and applies fixation. Bonus becomes active when the target is already affected by 7 stacks of any debuff. Pursuit. Move to the guard zone, deal 8 damage, apply 1 bloodletting. Alright. Well, for me, it's probably either the Knight. Empower the Knight to increase its attack power based on an armor. It's either the Knight or the Bombardier. I'm gonna take the Knight. He seems pretty good. Come on in. Alright. Chance encounter. What happens if we send the Brute to a chance encounter? New location discovered, work pit. A call for recruitment rings out in the marketplace. The foreman's voice cuts through the noise. Warden, we could use some of your help for excavation. We found something big in the mines underneath. You should help us in this endeavor. Help the recruit and gain an ally for the next 2 cycles. Perhaps you could be persuaded, gain either money or none at all. Gain an ally. You can always use an ally. What is honest work after the world has ended? 2 allies. Alright, now we can send you. The merchants of the market are having a heated argument with the laborers. Side with the shopkeepers, you gain 48 copper and put the shop on cooldown. Or you can side with the laborers and you acquire 2 allies for your next cycle. I mean, I could just have a whole lot of allies next round. Let's do it. And then for our last one here, I guess we're going over here. Well, take a risk. Yo, I got it. Hell yeah. 28%, more like guaranteed. Assemble. Draft new tech. Okay. We have the Silver Spike, the Shock Absorber, and the Far-Sighted Goggles. Silver Spike. Whenever a unit hits an enemy weak point with a ranged attack, apply 3 Rupture. Rupture loses health when staggered. Adding Rupture to a staggered enemy also causes health damage equal to the amount added. So this essentially is plus 3 damage to weakened enemies. Like anybody I stagger is just 3 extra damage. That's pretty good. We have Shock Absorber. Whenever exerted counts down on a unit, add Recoilless 1. This unit skips with auto action, cards cost more. Recoilless, ignore the effects of exerted. Interesting. Far-Sighted Goggles. At the start of combat, spend all of your runes and add that many Oracular Optic to your combat deck. Each one has 3 limited charges. Interesting. I say we just take the Spike. Spike is more damage, and damage is always damage. Amplifier module, or go get our last one. Let's go get our last one here. See what we're fighting. Molter Workers, armored. Enemies can have armor reducing damage taken. Each hit damage can't be reduced below 1. Enemies will put affliction cards in the deck to impede you. All right, well, let's try out our new Knight Boy, and then we'll keep our Arbalists in the back. All right. So we have a drone and a nymph. So I can do an initiative strike here and apply some stagger. Try and get that going. Thing is, though, this thing's gonna be moving forward, right? Next attack applies burning equal to the damage dealt. So I could do burning and then attack this guy. All right. Your damage was reduced by armor. Still deals full stagger, though. Okay, so now it's got a burn going on it. Let's move you forward. And we will give you a light barrier plus. And another light barrier plus. And another light barrier plus. And we'll give you another fleeting advance. Watch out! Certain attacks like guard, break attack, and lob attack will always miss when you have no units in that zone. Guard break. Hits a random enemy unit in the guard zone, always misses if there's no units. Guess we'll fixate on you. We can do quick shot here, but you have 2 armor. We can't really get out of this, sadly. We'll just empower you. We'll give you a barrier. Nice. Okay, so it's actually we can stagger there. Nice. Quick shot. An intercept. Good round. Grab our item, and then I'm going big. Maybe. More likely to contain more copper than usual. You know, let's actually grab that. Oh. It lied. It lied to me. It said there would be more copper, and there was 0. All right. Let's restore our force field. So now we have some force field going. Pretty good cycle. Boss Behemoth. All right. Veteran Forge Master will be willing to help train your units for the new threat. Draft a new combat card for your units. Let's draft it for the Knight. Move to a friendly unit zone. Knight gains Provoke and Fleeting Armor 3. Provoke. Enemies will prioritize attacking this unit if able. Readiness. The next card you play costs 0. Interesting. And if you upgrade it, it becomes 0 cost. Next card costs 0. I'm going to take this Intervene, actually. That seems pretty good. Prepare the defenses. We have a lot of allies. We have many allies. Must be played before you end the cycle. So this is to draft a unit action. What's the forum do? Let's see here. Take a mystery potion. Randomly acquire a potion. It will be Deathless Draught, Glass of Vapors, Tar Flask, or Vial. We can apply 1 Deathless to a unit, 6 Feeble, 8 Tar, or does nothing. Good choice. I naturally got the one that does nothing, of course. Nice. Well, let's send the brute to the work pit. Let's see. There's another collapse. You're just in time to help pick through the rubble. Assess the damage. Gain up to 50 copper next cycle. Or 9 strength. Require 1 to 3 allies. Well, we may as well go for the 9 strength here. Success. Huge. Let's see what else we got. Chance encounter. Halt! Warden's Run. Why don't you make yourself useful and help process the queue? Help him deal with the rabble. Draft a combat card for a unit. Or rapid processing. Gain some faith or favor. Well, we already have max favor, so we'll help him out. We've got Iron Fortress. Initiative. Apply fleeting 4 armor to all friendlies. Heavy Slice. Deal 5 damage and apply Rupture 5. Rupture also increases with attack power. Iron Fortress is honestly a pretty good card because it has initiative, meaning it will always be in my starter hand. So if I start combat and they're just trying to blow me up, right? If they're gonna blow me up round 1, I can give myself some armor. And if I don't like it, I can just recycle it into something else. I didn't actually want to do that one. Another chance encounter. New location found, the fountain. Humbly nestled in the marketplace, sacred site for many. Different well-wishers often visit here in hopes of uplifting others. Touch the fountain, your allies gain 2 strength. Speak to the fountain, your allies gain 2 charisma. I'll take charisma. 2 charisma up. Nice. Forget an unupgraded light barrier for 15 barrier here, or spend 10 barrier and upgrade the other barrier. I'll spend an upgrade. I'm still broke, so more random events. Market Noble, gather to mass penitents, protect the prices in the market. Troubled Noble stands in the middle. You recognize him from the foreman's crew. Defend the Noble. Either gain 25 or none at all. I'll take the chance, because I don't need any favor. Success. Nice. Got some money. And then our last one here. Guild Researcher is working on something. We can draft a Lantern Barrier or acquire a Bizarre Gizmo. Apply 10 Barrier and 2 Persistent Barrier. Wow. That seems kind of cool. Hell yeah. Yo, Alex, thanks for the brand new sub. Appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I like it. All right. End the cycle. The Behemoth. Magnitude determines the amount of aftershock created. Counts up after magnitude rising is used. Dazing intent will apply exerted. Cleave attacker. Enemy has attacks that strikes all your units within a zone. Warning. Seismic threat detected. The Behemoth is a living mountain with multiple splash damage moves. Alright. Let's bring everyone into battle. So this boy has... Whoo! This boy has 230 HP. Gain 1 rapid flurry. Auto attacks become multi-attacks. Clears after this turn. Move to a friendly zone. Let's go ahead and runic recycle. That one. Not what we really want there. Alright, let's just firebomb at initiative. Gotta get some fire burning going. And that'll be good. Alright, so he's up the magnitude. He is going to do 16 damage to a random unit. Unfortunately, I have no way of moving up. Get rid of that. Let's do a wild volley. Ooh, we actually staggered him. Oh. We can actually target different parts of the body. The Behemoth's stabilizing arm. Once destroyed, the magnitude is reset to 1. He's at a magnitude of 4 out of 9. Let's go ahead and go for the arms. Barrier intent. He's going to give himself 8 barrier. Let's do some alacrity. All right. Let's reposition our knight forward. We're gonna recycle this. Keep attacking that arm. Let's recycle pincushion. Armored advance. There we go. We'll move you up so now you get some auto attacks. Now let's take one more here. Unfortunately, we got to reposition. Dust bomb. I'll throw that on him. Now he's dizzy. And then we'll give you some barrier. All right, he's going to recover from stagger and do 11 damage. Bizarre Gizmo. Let's give that to them. Let's do a counter hit onto the arm. And we'll shield slam it. We'll give you an empower. And some fleeting armor. Cool. Alright, so he's going to do 8 damage in the back here. I can't move him out, so we're just going to give you a light barrier plus. You'll take 1 damage. We will go ahead and empower our arbalists as well. We'll give you a blaze, and then we will quick shot. And that'll be good. Okay, so they're exerted. Now we have an aftershock. Quick draw, unplayable. Ignore. Aftershock explodes, dealing 3 damage to the lantern. Quick draw. When drawn, immediately draw an extra card. Unplayable. This card can't be replaced, but you can recycle it. Ignore. If this card is in your hand at the end of the turn, trigger the effect. Well, we have 80 damage. We have 80 health, so taking an extra 3 isn't really that big of an issue. I could also go ahead and take Alacrity here to give me a rune, and now I can just recycle it into something else entirely. So now I won't take the damage. I say we go ahead and shield slam, apply some dizzy. And we'll throw some dizzy and some feeble on you. He's up in the magnitude. Let's do an armored advance that moves you to the front, and then we're going to give you a pin cushion, which gives you even more. He's going to attack our random unit here for 13 damage. We'll give it to the arbalist. Nice. Nice, that's some big hits there. So he's staggered right now. He's going to give himself some more armor. Definitely want to go ahead and wild volley here. We'll do a counter hit. I can't get rid of these aftershocks. Ignore deflection cards, cause negative effects. Alright, you can recycle or remove the effects. He gives himself 8 barrier. Alright, now he's going to do 14 damage and recover from the stagger. Question is, can I just kill him? Doesn't look like I can just kill him. I can reposition out of here. Hey, we have a Devon chat. You know what? I'm just gonna tank it, dude. Just tank it like a champion. There we go. All right. With the boss slain, the fabric of the ground rots and crumbles beneath the feet. Then entitled to the safety of the vault city, and its door sealed just in time. It drills deeper into the earth, and with its massive core laser beginning its descent, we go even deeper. We descend. All right, now we have more stuff. So far, so good. This is looking pretty good. Raccoon Shanny, thanks for subbing. Appreciate that. All right, chat. I got a quick burb. One quick burb. We'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. I need to get up, stretch my legs, refill my water, all that stuff. I've been going for about 4 hours, so I'll be right back. right, chat. I'm back. Ooh. Workshop. Scavengers have finished their work cleaning out the massive mysterious core. Draft a new tech. Martial Armory. You draw one extra card each turn while you have units equal to the max battle limit. That seems good. Targeting Scanner. At the start of each turn, apply one target command to a random friendly or enemy. Target this with a card to gain 1 energy. Huh. Quiet Garden. You gain 1 rune when you ignore a support card. Come take Martial Army. Yeah, that seems good. Collect and leave. The city's sudden descent lands its denizens in unknown shores. Draft a new rare unit. Ooh. Bell Maiden. What is the Bell Maiden? Holy squishy. Empower the Bell Maiden to draw 1 after you play your first favor card each turn. Reposition plus. Blinding Beam. Deal 8 damage and apply 2 feeble. Overcharge. Your next attack card has 100% attack power. Banish it after use. Draw 1. Lighthouse. Imply empowered 1 to all other friendlies. She seems pretty strong, but she's pretty heavy on the favor usage. Combat Action Conduit. First favor card costs 1 less each turn. You know what? Let's take her. Let's try it. Let's take our envoy to the fountain.
Hello, Mr. Bahroo. Any chance you'd check out that Lost Solar side game that comes out on Friday?
Can you give me a link, Zerator? Give me a link to it. I'll take a look at it. Toss a coin, gain 2 favor. Oh, yeah. New location discovered, Noble's Loft. Warden, good cycle to you. I am in dire need of assistance. Perhaps we could help each other out. I need to prepare my noble house to make a case for my ascendancy. Let's see. I need to prepare my noble house and make a case for my ascendancy. With your patroness, I can make a strong case with the upper terrace. Please, you're my only hope. Oh, here's a link. Oh, this game. Yeah, I remember this. Comes out in like 3 months. Yeah, I remember this game. Yeah, it looks sick. I'll play that. We saw this a while back.
I see great power within you, a destiny waiting to be fulfilled.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be playing that. That's in 3 months, though. What about nice day for fishing tomorrow? Tomorrow is Elden Ring Night Rain. So be prepared for that. I don't lie about the funds. Success! Your ally slightly explains the situation. The noble is none the wiser. Hell yeah. Failure. Oh, but I still get a charisma up. Should have taken the envoy over there, because that was a single-use ally. Apply attack bonus to any unit, it loses 2 health. Alright, I'll grab some more favor. Alright, let's go on an expedition. So you don't need to go after the reactors. Let's go for this fragment. Ooh. The Hermit. Heavy plating receives only 0.5 stagger from range attacks. Delayed damage intent. Will inflict a status that applies damage later. Applies additional plague. So what happens if I just bring just one dude? Just bring the knight. Delayed damage intent will inflict a status that does damage later. Name tag name, question mark. This action will affect all friendlies, including your lantern. Ew. Okay, we need to get an empower on him. Let's empower you. Increase your damage. Can I barrier the lantern? I can. Oh, I only need to do the 5. Alright. Can I power you again? I can. Nice. So now you're taking damage. We'll do another alacrity. Oh, you can't empower again. Oh, empower the lantern to duplicate its first card each turn. Can only stack once on solo units. Okay. There we go. And we'll heal you. Big burn there. Hell yeah. We used up quite a bit of favor on that, but not too bad. Let's come into here, and let's get this one as well. Now we get 39. And I got some favor back. Hell yeah. I actually got to scavenge out everything. Workshop. Assemble technology. With 2 parts assembled, you've unlocked a new tech. Draft a new technology. See what we got here. Illusory Bloom. When you recycle an ethereal card, you draw an extra card. Rite of Passage. After you recycle your 3rd card, you gain 1 energy. Counts down, triggered on 0. Or Flight of Fancy. Whenever you add cards in combat, add that many plus 1 instead. I'll take the Rite of Passage there. Doesn't seem too bad. Extra energy when I recycle seems good. Let's go to the shop, maybe? Let's go to the shop. What do we got here? Draft a new tech. Risky. Failed. Damn. Tried for it. Favor. What's this? Swift shift. Initiative. Retain. Switch. A unit zone. Miracle of Ava. I'm taking this miracle. Let's see what we got here. Single use celestial salvation. Add Ava's answer 5 into the draw pile, then draw 1. Ava's answer is deal 10 damage and inflict 20 stagger to a random enemy. And this gives you 5 of those. So that's 50 damage and 100 stagger. Or Meteor Rain. Fire 4 meteors at random enemies. Each one deals 8 damage and applies for burning. That's pretty good. I like both of these. Is this from the same devs as Slay the Spire? Yes, because anything that involves a card is naturally from Slay the Spire devs. If it involves a card, it's Slay the Spire. That's how it works. Even Balatro? Even Balatro. Balatro is a ripoff of Slay the Spire. I played poker last night. Was that from the Slay the Spire devs? Yes. Yes, it was. Even Yu-Gi-Oh? Even Yu-Gi-Oh! I know Yu-Gi-Oh came out first, but doesn't matter. Slay the Spire, they created card games. They created all card games. Pokemon? Man, I refuse to believe anyone actually played Pokemon, the card game. Y'all collected those things, and now people just do pack openings. No one actually fucking plays Pokemon. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe anyone actually plays Pokemon card games. They hoard them, they collect them. Nobody plays them. You sucked at the game then, huh? No. I have only in one instance in my entire lifetime have ever witnessed anybody playing the Pokemon card game, and they weren't even really playing it. They were just showing off the cards that they had. That's pretty much it. See, I was a Yu-Gi-Oh! I had Yu-Gi-Oh cards. All right. I didn't play no Pokemons. I'm taking Meteor Rain here. This seems good. Let's go on another expedition. And And then we'll get one of these. Spike buildup. These enemies deploy spikes that cause melee attackers to take damage. Certain enemies begin in the guard zone. Oh, good. What if we just go all ranged attacks then? Alright, let's see what they're doing. Empower. What does empowering you do? Draw one after you play your first thing each turn. Yeah, we'll empower. Actually, let's empower you. Yeah, let's empower you. Empower Dynamo. We'll reposition you to the front, and then we will do pin cushion to fixate on you. Alright, so these guys are going to do 6 damage to a random unit. Let's empower you. We'll do a firebomb and a light barrier. That was a quick shot. Seems good. Damage to a random unit. 3x4, 12. Oh boy. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. But hey, we can block out 12 of that. Right? We'll keep empowering. Maybe I should actually enfeeble. Actually, that's perfect. That just staggers straight up. And then we'll get a firebomb going on you. Okay. Now you're gonna do 12 damage. Let's do an alacrity here. Give you a barrier. Give you a pin cushion. Give you another light barrier. There we go. We'll enfeeble it. Give you another light barrier, another pin cushion, and a firebomb. There we go. Let's empower you again. We'll do a quick shot. Beautiful. It's actually not a bad combo. All right, we'll do the 2 and the 3. See what we got here. We can draft a new Lantern combat card. Core Cycler, gain 2 runes. Catalyze, gain AP equal to friendly units in battle. That's actually kind of dope. Apply barrier to all friendlies. That's actually kind of sick too. Sanctuary's pretty nice as well. I don't know what the exclamation mark here means. I mean, I do love energy. Then we'll grab some money. All right. No locations available. Oh. Used to replace the oh, so I don't even need a reactor rod. I already have all my reactors. That's if the barrier falls. Okay. We got a new location here. Cold Contact Collector. Might I interest you in entering an exclusive club, members only? Pay $30. Welcome to the Undermarket. Yeah, let me in, dude. We got a new location. We got the Undermarket. That seems cool. Draft a new combat card. Deal 10 damage and 10 stagger to an enemy and all other enemies in that zone. It will eat. Critical Edge. Critical actions always target enemy weak points, so this is 15 crit damage. Interesting. Critical Edge seems kind of dope. He kind of needs some damage cards. All right. Draft some new cards. Battle Hymn. Apply Fleeting Attack 4 and Fleeting Stagger 4 to all allies. Or Radiant Formation. Apply Attack Bonus 2 to all Support Zone allies. Interesting. Actually, Radiant Hymn seems kind of nice. Kind of want to get rid of Pincushion. Pincushion's doing nothing in my inventory. Noble's Loft. Work Pit. Send the Brute to the Work Pit. Lay Down the Law. Requires 3+ strength, gain 40 in 2 cycles, 1-time use. Ooh. I'll take that. 40 bucks. What's in the Undermarket? Oh, I bet on tails, double or nothing. And it's a success, but they tempt you further. Nope, cash out. I accidentally clicked on that and won. The nobleman would be happy to begin his preparations immediately. He has an ancient supply cache that could provide enough funding to prepare for his ascent, or perhaps a plan for his grand speech. Move supplies, gain 30 gold and advance a quest, plan event, acquire 2 allies next cycle. Move supplies. Damn. It refuses to budge. It's too brittle to attempt to open it again. Strength up. All right. Next cycle. Monster attack wave. Sword King. Each nail enhances its combo attack, armor, and stagger threshold. Equip another nail after recovery. Parry, immune to melee and range attacks when struck with a melee attack, counterattack for massive damage. Alright, so let's grab the knight, the bell, and the arbalist. So let's catalyze here, which will give me 5 energy. All right. Let's do a radiant formation. Give everybody an attack bonus. We'll do armor as well. Let's rune this overcharge into alacrity, which will give me an armored advance so we can move you forward. We'll give you a light barrier to protect you from all the damage, and then we'll throw a firebomb. Seems like a good start. Big hits. All right, let's go ahead and empower you. You're gonna do 10 damage to a random unit and perform a special interaction. All right, we'll just give you a barrier. And we'll double barrier you up, and then we'll do quick hits. Nice. Parry. Immune to melee and range attacks when struck with melee attack, counterattacks for massive damage. Clears it on counterattack, staggered, or after this turn. Okay, so don't hit him with anything else. Apply 1 empower to all other friendlies. Nice. We'll give you a barrier. And you know what? I'll put some feeble on you. We'll give yourself some fleeting armor and provoke. Alright. You're gonna do 14 damage. Just apply that. Let's do reposition. Reposition to give you some armor. We'll give you a light barrier. 7 times 4. That's some pretty big damage. There we go. There's a stagger. Love it. I hit him. Damn. He's just getting shit on. All right. Arbalist and Bell Maiden go hand in hand. Love that. We got another corrupted core and an artifact fragment. Awesome. Draft a new combat card. Apply 5 damage and apply 5 burning. No. Deal 4 damage and inflict 4 stagger. When there's another unit in the same zone, this bonus takes effect. Apply Feeble 2. That's actually not too bad. I'll take Suppressive Fire. Give you the Corrupted Core. I don't see myself using any of these right now, because I kind of like my current build, but I'll take the Bombardier, because he looks like another ranged unit. What's the workshop? Sign says it need a repair. Some scavengers are working together trying to pry apart the scrap heap. So I can pawn off the part and get 4 favor. No, I'll just take the item and leave. We'll get it back next cycle. Let's take the envoy to the fountain. And we'll toss a coin. Get some favor. Ooh, this or that. With an opportunity, one ability is upgraded and enhanced. Upgrade counter hit or upgrade armored advance. Upgrade armored advance. Let's grab an amplifier module. All right, so we have a flying enemy, executioner, ambusher. Lock on intent. Watch out, this enemy intends to attack units it's locked onto, ignoring all other units. They're gonna attack the Bell Maiden. Alright. Well, let's imply empower here. So we're gonna provoke. We'll also gain an Iron Fortress here. So that's a ton of armor for us. Okay, so that does not stop the provoke does not stop them from locking on. Let's do a support. Reposition you to the front. Do alacrity. You know what? I'll take the meteor rain. I'll restore your health. Nice. Alright, so you're gonna do 3x5. So we'll give you some light barrier. I should have given you another light barrier. Critical edge. Nice. 29 damage. That's really beefy. Okay, got an amplifier core. Beacon of Ope. Apply empowered 1, add lockstep to hand. Protectorate. Apply 5 barrier to friendly units. To a friendly and all units in its zone. Ember Wreath. Gain 1 rune, add 1 melting point to your hand. Melting point. Deal 5 damage, apply burning equal to the health damage dealt. I'll take some hopium. Dang. I was hoping for something big. We'll go here. Bomber Bug. Flying. Deals 0.5 damage. Bomber ammo used by the Bomber Bug to attack must reload when out of ammo. Each missile uses 1 stack. Devouring Swarm will take damage when you end each turn. Aimed intent. Watch out, this enemy intends to attack one of your units at random and ignores guarding. Wow, that's fucked. We'll hit a random unit in the support or guard zone. Not forced to hit guard zone, can't hit the lantern. Okay. Well, ain't that just pretty? Well, let's start with Catalyze. Spend 1, get 2. And then let's add some Feeble. So now you're doing a lot less damage. It's gonna try and heal. Understood. Let's do blinding, which staggers it. Grant the monstrosity the ability to negate 50% of incoming melee damage. Okay, so we can attack its wings, or we can just go for damage here. Let's just go for just straight damage. There we go. We'll redo pin cushion. Charge conduit. All right, let's do an overcharge plus a suppressive. Nice. That's some big damage. Followed by a quick shot. And then it should be dead. There we go. Not bad. Got some money. We have a manual. Target fire. Apply fixation. Whenever an enemy with fixation is hit, apply burning 2. Also draw 1. That is awesome. Go for the higher chance. Nice, we got an artifact fragment. All right, collect my favor and leave. And that's my cycle. How's the game? Game's pretty good. Especially once you understand what you're going for. That's a lot of money. Draft a new card. 1 damage times 7 scatters randomly among enemies. Gain rune equal to friendlies in battle. Deal 9 damage to an enemy and apply 3 burning to all enemies in that zone. Wrong title, by the way. I know, I have, there's a typo in it. But what are you gonna do, man? Let's draft a new tech. Soma tablets. Whenever a unit gains exerted, it also gains 4 barrier. Stealth boots. You begin each battle with a lockstep in your hand for each unused deployment slot. No. Repetition engine. After playing a card with limited charges, return it to your hand. I'll just take the Soma tablets. That seems good. Let's go with the forum. Ooh, gain 2 max favor. That seems nice. Hell yeah. Hey, new tech. Signal booster. After you play your second support card each turn, draw 1. Packed caravan. You draw an extra card at the start of battle for each unit that is deployed. Power treads. Whenever your unit switches zones, apply fleeting attack and fleeting stagger too. Interesting. I'll take Signal Booster. Forget Lantern card. I don't know if I want that. You know what? I'll take that. Let's get rid of my shitty barrier. Hey, we continue with the plans. Hell yeah. Oh. Willing to part with that oh so special reactor piece? Make you a deal. On the table, of course. It'll be like it never existed. Alright, here's 40. Nice. Cycle 4 ends. Alright, this has X attack power and increased chance to explode. Alright, so what are you doing? Barrier and buffs. Barrier and buffs, barrier and buffs. Barrier and affliction. Awesome. Get some damage in on you. No one's attacking, so there's no reason to do that. Alright. Target fire. Beacon of Hope. Empowered. What are you doing? Move intense. They're all gonna move up. Let's empower you. Empower you. We'll lockstep you forward. Give you some armor advance. Let's do an alacrity. Give ourselves an attack bonus. Target fire. And we'll suppress him. Prime to explode, prime to explode. Nice. So that one's dead. So these things are gonna do a lot of damage. Oh. Well. Oops. I thought that was gonna do more than it actually did. Maismo. Well, we took a lot of damage. Realistically, for no real reason. Spoils can be used at the recruitment center to exchange for a unit squad size increase. Ooh, nice. And an artifact fragment. I'll grab another Radiant Formation because I actually really like that one. Alright, collect a favor. Let's take our chances. With some luck. Field reports, let's see. Restore 20% of the missing force field. Increase the max health of all lanterns by 5. I'm going to increase the max health of all lanterns by 5. Because that'll make explorations much better. Recruitment center. Pay $25, add a squad member to one of your basic units. $100, add a squad member to one of your rare units. Pay $100. Raise this unit squad size by 1. Huh? Increases its base stats and number of maximum powered stats. Oh. Well, let's do the knight. Nice. Now he's real thick. There we go. We'll take the brute. Toss my last coin and get to favor. Talk to the locals. Get a charisma up. Let's see. Perhaps your ally can help out with anything they're proficient in. They're not proficient in anything. Alright, well, that was a waste. And then I guess we're going to the shop with no money. Hell yeah. Alright, next cycle. Cycle 5 ends. Now it's time to fight the boss. Whenever you ignore Dread, gain a stack. At 9, unleash a powerful special. Oh my fuck, what is that? Okay. Perform a special action. Nice. We'll get some stagger going. And we'll give you a whole bunch of barrier. Okay. He's gonna heal for 12, and then we've got 2 dire mongrels. Watch out, this enemy intends a splash attack affecting all units, no matter where they are in the battle. Oof. All right. Let's enfeeble that. And we'll fixate on you. Nah, I'm withered. Alright, so you're coming in with some pretty big damage. What's your empowered do? Causes its auto attack to deal splash damage. Oh, that's cute. Ow. Alright, he's gonna heal, which is honestly fine. Let's do fire fixation. Suppressive. And we'll just load the cannon. Alright. You're gonna do 3 damage. Dread, unplayable. There we we go. We can enfeeble that, make it do 1 damage. We'll give you Burning Blade. And we'll give you a barrier. Nice. Alright, we got a lot of parts we can attack. Reduces armor by 1. Once destroyed, spawn minions have drastically reduced health. Reduced armor by 1, or just go face. Let's go ahead and empower our boy. There we go. We'll hit that. Nice, we hit the swelling pods. Let's give you another empower. Actually, I think you're already maximum empowered. Dang. Nice. And do critical damage here. Just 1.5x of 18. Problem is, he's got exact lethal on him. I have no faith. Well, that's awkward. Oh, critical edge it is. Goodbye. Restore all living units to max health. Living units. Oof. Oh. Unknown locale. It's a miracle with sudden movement in the city. Dead units are restored to 20% health. Hell yeah, my knight is back. He's fucked up, but he's back. Draft a new tech. At the start of each turn, draw an additional card. Whenever you shuffle your draw pile, also shuffle in 2 dread. Oof. I don't know about that one. Whenever you start a turn with 0 favor, your next card costs 1 less favor. Well, I don't really have a lot of favor right now. Ay. I'll take Guardian Idol. It's good for when we run out of favor. Collect some allies. Choose a unit and increase the squad members by 1. Let's do the Arbalist. Now we've got a better Arbalist. Preparations are hastening. It's just the finishing touches now, and he'll have a good case for the Ascendant Court. This is it. Accept the token and wish him farewell, or do you decline and stay in touch? Bid farewell, gain a random tech, dismiss this location. Calling card, acquire vestige of nobility, dismiss this location. Vestige of nobility. Or a random tech. Well, let's see what the vestige of nobility is. Seemingly useless. Nice. Seemingly useless, but not useless. There we go. Get some more favor. Locals have started just bet on the favorite. Rig the fight for the underdog. Gain either 50 or none at all. Rig the fight. Never lucky. I appreciate your moxie. You have some favor. Well, I tried. Restore a unit to max health and remove all wounds. Activate. You're back. Acquire this, forget this. Acquire this. Let's take this amplifier. Their meta progression in this game? Dunno. Silk Song. I know that game. Oh, wait. I fucked that up. No. It's okay. Oh, I fucked it up again. No. Trying me best here. It's not switching my zone, which sucks. Or is it because I'm webbed? Ah, it's because I'm webbed. Well, that was awful. Dream fruit. Well, if you're gonna go for the 17%, you may as well go for the 14%. Damn. Time to forget the trauma of battle. Forget a card on one of your units. Restore a unit to maximum health. I'll forget. Forget pincushion, please. I'm sad that I added it. A super grub? What's a super grub? These guys have 9 armor? Okay. Yeah, seems good. Oh god, they're gonna give themselves all barriers. Please, God, no. And then we'll go for firebomb. Yeah, random my ass. Nice, good hit. And then we'll blind you, barrier you, quick shot you. Nice. That was rough, but we got through it. Got a super grub. Could become much stronger. Alright. Apply for armor break. I actually kind of like preparation. Who do I give the super grub to? Squirming superfood. Someone could become much stronger with this. Do I give it to the priest or do I give it to the mentor? Who do I give it to? I don't know. Give it to the old mentor. Those who consume the super grub are imbued with unnatural stamina, the perfect conditions for training. Upgrade a unit's combat card to its enhanced form. Am I stupid or is it not doing anything? Oh, it's an extra charge. Blinding beam is kind of neat. Text, are you okay? Honestly, I'll upgrade Suppressive. Suppressive is a very powerful ability and I use it pretty much every time. Let's take Expose. We could use some armor breaking. Acquire ally. Foreman, the serfs are rioting due to the awful conditions in the pits. Chow down, heal, noodle challenge, restore 12 health to all or none at all. Noodle challenge! Fuck. Your troops feel a bit queasy after this. Symbiote tentacles are texturally complex. Damn. I had to go for the noodles. Copper adornments are more than simply cosmetic. They amplify the signal of Mithrian. Or Mythian. Your allies gain 1 stat of each. Awesome. Another superfood. Let's go. Oh. Computation chip. Hard battle. Gotta do it. It's a difficult battle. I have to do it. Grim Gang. On death, Merc causes other Bane enemies to become vengeful and they have 100% attack. Oh, good. Go get it. All right. Let's take 2 radiants here. Armor break. You're gonna attack the entire back row. You're also gonna attack the entire back row. All right, well, I'm dead. Good luck, everybody. It's been nice talking to you. Surely I'll get another. That'll work. Uh-oh. Well, now he's vengeful. That's fine. Nice, he staggered. Well, you're gonna do 22 damage to the back row. That's cute. Nice. I'll empower you again. And then crit. 90 damage. Holy shit. Alright, those guys are kind of brutal. I got a dream fruit. I got a compilation chip. I got some more favor. I got some more favor. I'll take it. I don't know what this does if I give it to you. What have you brought to me today? He presses gently on the metal. This is extraordinary. You sure you want to sell this? This type of material can normally modify a lantern. I guess we're selling it. Restore a unit to max. Heal up the knight. And then we're gonna go get a superfood. Let's get it. Raging Thrasher. Alright, so you're starting with attacking the lantern. That's cute. I'll start with empowering you. I'll give you a barrier. All right. All right, now they're all gonna do a whole bunch of damage. Well, isn't that cool? Let's give you an armored advance, so they are gonna hit for a lot of fucking damage. Gotta love it. Let's give you an enfeeble. Give you some barrier. Ow. 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 Okay, they're gonna do some damage there. Oh wait, you actually can't move backwards. Spend 2, get 3. It's not too bad. Let's do Radiant Formation. We can do that. There's another barrier. Let's do that. You don't get massively shit on. Nice, so he's staggered. Are you still webbed? You are still webbed. Nice. Love that for you. Well, let's give you some armor before you get thrashed again. There we go, that'll heavily reduce the damage you take. We'll also empower everybody. They're attacking the lantern again. We gotta kill this guy. Ignore all Molter enemies gain... All Molter enemies gain attack. Bonus 1. Nice. Well, this is awkward. Ow. Hey, he's finally dead. My poor knight. My poor, poor knight. Alright, so we know that's upgrade a unit action. Let's see what this does. Restore a unit to maximum health. The knight, once again. There you go. Draft a new card. That's a pretty good card. Every now and then the foreman disappears and a new one takes its place, yet nothing ever changes. Here's 3 allies. Oof. With footing unstable in the ramshackle undermarket, your ally drops some coins onto a dangerous ledge. Looking more closely, you're not the only one to have dropped some coin. You could let it go or try to retrieve it. Let it go. Alright, so undermarket is just yikes. Noted for the future. Failed a 92! Fuck you, dude. Restore 10 health to all friendlies. Or do I want the celestial cell? No, we want the soothing. We want the heal. We'll grab the bandages. And we'll grab that. Nice. Cool. As a nearly closed ecosystem, the resources the city frequently run dry, the market can't be sustained, and the stalls are shuttered. Alright, what's this? Ancient manuscript or some reactor rods? Guess I'm grabbing some reactor rods. Oh god. Not the sentries again. Anything but the sentries again. Wait, they're already full health. I'm stupid. Well. Now. Come on, keep attacking that one. We have a problem. Yep. We got a problem here, Chief. Well, I don't know what happens if the lantern dies. With the lantern shattered, the defenders scattered the threat. Scattered under threat of smothering miasma. Vengeance. Acquire revenge battle to the next cycle. The same enemies remain here and keep the current health. Courage. This expedition will be abandoned. Gain one thing here. I'll take a vow. Biomechanical tank. Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks normal. And he's immediately targeting my lantern for 35 damage. I automatically lose the encounter. Sick. Locks on in order to attack. After you play an offensive card of a unit, tank locks on but gains 5 feeble if it switches targets. Okay, so you have to make it switch targets. Okay, now it's hitting them, but for... Give you some bandages. Nice. Spend one, get two. Let's go suppressive damage. Also go target fire. Should have done the target fire first, but... It's gonna heal for 15. Crushing blow to reduce it to 30. I'll do This poor knight. You know, this poor fucking knight, dude. The knight just keeps getting bullied. Ooh, steel monster bone. Haven't seen what that is yet. Draft a perk. Oh shit. Scrounger. Gain 2 extra scavengers. No. Fleetfoot. Whenever this switches zones, gain a fleeting armor. Monster Hunter. This is able to hit enemies in any zone if they have fixation, dealing +4 additional damage. Nice. Monster Hunter. Cool. Next cycle, please. All right, time for the boss. I'll take the salvo. Take my chances. Buy with your time. Choose one of your units. It gains both a perk and a wound. Well, the knight is no stranger to being wounded. What'd you get? Your wound. Whenever you shuffle your draw pile, lose a rune. Absorbent mass. There we go. Revenge battle. Surely you can handle this on your own, right? It's just one enemy. It can't be that hard. Nice. There we go. We don't have 2 pieces, so I'm just gonna go ahead and pawn this off. Because I kind of want the favor instead. And we can go ahead and repair the barrier. %. I failed twice! How? How did I fail it again? Well, next cycle. The Warlock. Switches between deflector and flying each turn. Flying receives less damage from melee. Deflector receives less damage from ranged. Alright, first things first, you're gonna give yourself a shitload of barrier. Sounds sick. Let's move our melees up front. Alright, get a little damage in there. Alright, you're gonna do 16 damage to a random unit. Let's spend 1, get 4. Let's do a crushing blow to apply dizzy. We'll give everybody a sanctuary. We can shield slam again to give even more dizzy. Ooh. Ouch. All right, you're hitting everybody. All right. Everyone takes damage. Well, let's empower everybody. We'll apply fixation. Let's give you a big old barrier. Give you an attack bonus. Nice, that's a really good time stagger for me. Alright, let's move you back into the front. You are going to clear your ailments, recover, and give yourself a shit ton of barrier. Core Amulet. Protects weak points. Break this to negate weak point armor. Royal Core. Alright, let's do Alacrity. We'll go with Wild Volley. Give you some dizzy and feeble. Alright, what are you gonna do? You're gonna apply a harmful effect on everybody. Or on these people. Let's illuminate. There we go. And then we will also empower you to give everybody more stagger. When drawn, infest a unit with Parasite 32. The Warlock Queen will cause it to burst forth. Play this to reduce the effect by 16. Can I get anything to save him? No? Okay. Okay, so you're gonna do 13 damage to the locked on target. So we'll give you a barrier. You get a big old barrier too. Everybody's got shit right now. Let's do blinding. There we go, we'll feeble that up. All right. Smite. Or burning. Damn, you give yourself a lot of barrier. All right, you're gonna attack another random target. And everybody gets some persistent barrier too. God damn. Arbalest goes crazy. Well, that does nothing. Love the Arbalest. I'll do that. Suppressifier. I'll do that to overcharge my next attack. Which I'm hoping we're gonna get the crit attack. We did not, but I mean, Wild Volley worked just fine. Go get it, Arbalest. You're our only hope here, really. Why are you only hitting for 4? You should be hitting much harder than that. There you go. Victory! End of the line. You have overcome Depth 3, Underbelly, but the Vault City is still unable to reach the planetary core. Victory? Question mark? Nice. The city vault holds for now with your help. I'll take a win. That poor knight. That poor knight just getting rolled over and over again. Nice. Dauntless. Steadfast in formation, these versatile warriors use a spear to take on any challenge. Nice. Spear throw. The commander. On the first turn of combat, gain 1 additional energy. Neat. Advanced Arbalist. Hell yeah. Draft 2 guild units. Dive suit. Neat. Dive in. Backup power. Start each run with emergency power on, allowing you to use the market immediately. Ava's chosen. Apply 1 empower to a friendly. Draw 1 for that friendly. Dissension level. Oh. Enemies are more challenging. Your second unit is drafted immediately. Your starter unit receives an extra perk before the first wave. Battling causes your units to become fatigued, impairing their recovery. Resources and healing are more scarce. Innkeeper has additional options. Your max stuff is increased. The guild. Sacrosanct. Neat. So that was easy difficulty. Yep. That was easy mode. That there was easy mode, chat. Fun game though. I enjoy it. I enjoy it, chat. But chat, that's where we're going to go ahead and call it the end of today's stream. I want to thank you all for watching. Y'all have been absolutely fantastic. If you enjoyed today's stream, please do me a favor, hit the follow button. Love to see you back here again. I'll be streaming once again starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. We may play some more of this game, but also Elden Ring Night Rain comes out tomorrow. So we're probably gonna be spamming that. Probably gonna be spamming that tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Thanks everyone for hanging out. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for Night Rain. Thanks for watching. See y'all later, everyone.